Now, today the session is going to be on in the project, the procurement. I'm sure you must be
Mm-hmm.
very familiar with the procurement aspects. What all, even in L&T, for example, I think you must be procuring a lot of things from outside. Am I right? The vendors management.
Yeah, for the client, yeah, for the project I'm
Yeah,
working on, it's not a construction project, like you said. I'm not
yeah,
concerned. It's
I know.
mechanical,
Mechanical, yeah.
but still, yeah, we had to take care of some
Okay.
procurement aspects,
Procurement
to
aspects.
place the
Yeah. Of course,
yeah
one
purchase order.
correct, absolutely right. One common procurement most of the companies will have, for example, you outsource your travel agents. Am I right? That's they do take care of the your hotel booking, your travel booking, all those things. I think that's also one of the procurement. Most of the companies they do it. Am I right? Is that? Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just giving an example. Like that, there are many things. In fact, even
Mm-hmm.
hiring the people from an outside agency, I think is pretty common on a contract basis. Am I right? It's pretty common.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
All those things comes under procurement. So when we
Mm-hmm.
talk about procurement, the first thing comes to mind is the agreements because you are getting into a contract. So contract
Mm-hmm.
will be in a sort of agreement. But that means it has to be mutually agreeable. And second thing,
Mm-hmm.
it has to be legally binded. Am I right? Any agreement has to be legally binded so that it will
Mm-hmm.
protect both the sides, the buyer and the seller. So here, when we
Okay.
use the terminology, buyer is the principal company who are
Mm-hmm.
acquiring the services or the materials or whatever it is. And the seller
Mm-hmm.
is the one who is the provider of those services or supplying some of the requirement of the buyer. So that is the different
Mm-hmm.
buyer and a seller. I think it's a very easy to understand and those things. So just let's look at it. Um, so
Mm-hmm.
in the procurement knowledge area, management, if you look at it, for example, the procurement, you have got the three processes here: plan procurement,
Mm-hmm.
conduct procurement, and control procurement. So the mobile digit number, the last one, if you say, last but one,
Mm-hmm.
7664363, and 7,
Mm-hmm.
yesterday we covered the risk management area, risk knowledge. It was 7
Okay.
processes were there. And in procurement, we'll have 3 processes in fact today. So that's what we
Okay.
are going to cover in the first session. So there are
Mm-hmm.
basically 3 types of contracts are there, Mr. Thiru. I'm sure you must be familiar with the fixed price contract, the cost
Mm-hmm.
reimbursable contract, and time and material contract. By any chance, you dealt with some of these contracts in your earlier
No,
company?
I didn't. Actually, purchasing group already set this agreements and stuff.
Uh,
What engineers do is place a request for purchase request,
okay.
and
Uh-huh.
give priority to the type of, if there are choices of material or choices of vendors, and
Correct.
then
Absolutely right.
you
Correct.
you you can prefer priorities, but
Uh-huh.
the contracts are made by these guys generally, like the
Right.
purchasing group.
Correct.
It's yeah,
Normally,
it's very
yeah.
most companies are structured here.
Correct, correct. Most of the organization they have got a separate team, a procurement team, or usually the purchase department or the commercial department. They takes care of that. They'll be
Yeah.
supported by the legal department. You have a legal department in the company who draft the agreements and they do all those things. And sometimes even the finance head, also finance manager, or from the finance group, also they'll be involved all these things because there is a lot of commercial transaction has to happen. So all these
Mm-hmm.
people will be involved. They are all the subject matter experts. But
Mm-hmm.
from the PMI, from the project management perspective, it's very
Mm-hmm.
important that as a project manager, you need to know some of the knowledge and skills of the procurement. It's also very important
Mm-hmm.
because ultimately you are answerable, you are responsible, and you are accountable for the achieving
Mm-hmm.
the main objective of any project. So having said sir, that it's very important that you need to understand or you need to be aware of certain of these legal terms, some of the agreement clauses which are included in the procurement agreement. So this session is
Mm-hmm.
basically about those things. So when we talk
Okay.
about the contracts, there are basically 3
Mm-hmm.
types of contracts are there. One is the
Mm-hmm.
fixed price contract, second is the cost
Okay.
reimbursable, and third one is the time and material contract. These are usually the 3 types of contracts which
Mm-hmm.
between a buyer and seller based on the need of the buyer, they get into this type of contracts. Now let's try to understand what is a fixed price contract. It's a very straightforward. It is acquiring goods, products, or services with well-defined specification or requirements. For example, fixed price contract, you want to buy 10 computers for your organization. So you go for a purchase order or a fixed price that, we will pay $1,000 per computer. You supply me 10 computers in that price, or like any other equipments or like that. Or even if you want to hire some resources from outside, you say that per hour, I will pay $10 per employee per hour. In fact, so I need 5 people. So it's all become a fixed price contract when your scope is very, very clear. That means you know what exactly you want from that. In fact, that means there is no ambiguity about the scope. You are very clear about that. The second one is the cost reimbursable. Here, it is when the scope is not clear. That means you don't know exactly what you require. Then you get into a cost reimbursable contract. So here, the cost cannot be estimated accurately. That means, for example, computer, you don't know the actual cost. I'm just giving an example of or some material. You don't know the exact cost. So you say that I will reimburse you the cost. Then that you get into a cost reimbursable contract. So the cost reimbursable contract, you pay the cost, exact cost, plus some service fee for the service provider. So whether 3 or 4 types of cost reimbursable cost contract, we'll understand in the following slide. But basically the cost reimbursable is when your scope is not clear, you get into a cost reimbursable contract. The third one is the time and material contract. Here, it's basically used for small times, in fact, for a short period, or suppose, for a limited value of amount, you want to have a contract, then you will have a time and material contract. Just to give an example, suppose you need some 2 resources for about 15 days time or 1 month time. You need those human resources for 1 month time. Then naturally your organization will not recruit directly from them. Am I right? What you do is you outsource those 2 resources for about 1 month time, and once your project requirement is over, you get them off. In fact, am I right? So that is the time and material contract. Even for example, to hire some computers you need for a project, you need it for about 2 months time, about 10 computers only for 2 months. Then your organization will not invest on the computers. Then you say that you take it on rent for about 2 months, use it, and once this project gets over, you return it back those computers. I'm just giving, these are some of the example of the time and material contract. So there are basically 3 types of contracts: fixed price, cost reimbursable, and time and material. Now let's go a little more detail in about what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages of this type of contracts, and in which situations or in which contracts these can be used. So the fixed price model, basically, it has got a clear requirements. That means your scope is very clear. Small project with limited features, or the MVPs, or the most value propositions, or the market value prices, determined the deadlines. That means you're very, very clear. You've got a limited budget. And the pros, the predictability, transparency, ease of management is easy. The cons, probably the lack of flexibility or less accountability. Because once you sign this contract, whatever price you need to honor the price. Am I right? So there is less lack of flexibility is there, and absolutely there is no accountability there because you are agreeing for that. These are all some of the characteristics of a fixed price contract. Now, there is a firm fixed price contracts. That's the organization. There are 3 things are there in the firm fixed price. One is the firm fixed price, that's the exact price. Second one is the fixed price plus some incentive fee. That means you are signing a contract, it is a fixed price. You put some, for example, conditions for the delivery that I want exactly on the 15th day of this the order which I am giving, and if you supply me exactly on that day, I will be giving you some incentive for that. Or you say that this is the quantity I require, then you supply me on a periodic manner every 10th day, 20th day, and 30th day. Probably you may have a clause like that, And for that, you will pay them an incentive for that, in fact, for a period. These are some of the example of fixed price incentive fee. But that means apart from the fixed price, you are giving some incentive for some additional services or the benefits that you are going to ask out of the contract. That's called fixed price incentive fee. Now, the third one is the fixed price with the economic price adjustment. This is basically for a long-term contracts, let us say 3 to 4 years or 2 to 3 years when it runs, when the currency fluctuations happens, am I right? Because of the inflation rate keep on changing and your currency fluctuation, we were just discussing about the dollar price. About 2 years back, probably the dollar was Indian compared to Indian rupee, it was around 60 rupees. Today it's around 70 rupees, in fact. So that means for the Indian market, those who exports, they make good money. But those who import, they lose money. Am I right? You know, that's also a possibility, in fact. So in such situations, you have the economic price adjusted. You say that I'm signing this contract, but whatever the current currency fluctuations, that needs to be adjusted to the price at which I am agreeing as on today. So that is called fixed price, the economic price adjustment. It will take into factors like inflation rate fluctuations, or they could be taking into factors of currency, right? And sometimes even, for example, the price, because of the currency prices fluctuations, the price of the materials or the equipments may change. Then they say that you adjust that price according to the present price, in fact, or the current currency value. So these are all some of the fixed price with the economic price adjustment. It's called FPEPA. I'm sure, is it clear, all these three in the fixed price?
Yes, transfer this. Yeah.
So three firm fixed price with the incentive fee for the additional benefits they are going to give. Again, it's going to be mutually agreed by the supplier and the buyer. And the fixed price with the adjusting the economic, the fluctuations, the currency market or fluctuation, the other things. This is about the firm fixed price. The next one is cost plus contracts, which I was just telling you, when your scope is not clear, so then you get into your cost plus contracts. Here, there are three types of cost plus again. One is the cost plus fixed fees. That means, suppose you are buying computers, you are getting, say that, whatever the cost of the computer, I will pay that, plus I will give you a fixed fee of additional 5% for the service you are providing. So for every computer, I will give you $10 for the service you are providing, like that. So it's a cost plus fixed fee contract. The second one is the cost plus incentive fee. Again, here you add certain conditions that if you fulfill these conditions, then I will give you cost plus certain incentive amounts, incentive fee for the price which what I'm going to reimburse. Plus, along with that, I will also reimburse some incentive fee for the special services that you are going to provide based on my requirement. The third one is the cost plus award fee. Here, for example, you agree for the reimbursement of cost. If the supplier services is too good, you are extremely happy about that, then probably you will say that I will also give an award fee of giving additional contract or additional business or some additional fee or incentive. That is called a cost plus award fee. So is it clear about that? There is no confusion on that.
Sure.
Yeah, good.
Sure.
So we covered about the fixed price and we covered about the cost plus contracts. Now the third one is the time and material. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
The third one is the time and material contracts. Here, it is a hybrid of cost and as well as the fixed fee. In fact, that is, it will have a combination of that. That is cost reimbursable as well as the fixed price. The reason is that it is, as I mentioned, it is for the short-term requirement, and it is, for example, for a limited budget or a small budget. At that time, what happens, it is a combination of I will reimburse the cost, at the same time, I will also give you some fixed price. That's how it gets negotiated. Now, what three important things you need to remember is, this is a very important because in the examination, you can expect a question. In the cost reimbursement, the risk will be always with the buyers. That's very important because you are reimbursing the entire cost. Whatever the cost the supplier is incurring, you are reimbursing the cost. That means you have no control on the cost that he's buying the equipment or the material or whatever it is. So suppose today's price is, let's say, for one item is $10, and tomorrow it becomes $15 or $12, you need to reimburse that cost. So the risk factor will be very, very high for the buyer in the cost reimbursable contracts. But in the fixed price contracts, the risk will be always with the seller, because you have agreed to supply a computer, for example, at the rate of $1,000. Tomorrow, because you signed that fixed price contract, even if it becomes $1,100 or $1,200, you had to supply to your supplier, to the buyer at the rate of $1,000 only. Am I right? So the risk will be always with the seller. In fact, you got it, Mr.
Yeah.
So this is very important. Whereas in time and materials, usually the risk factors are shared between a buyer and a seller, because basically the nature or the characteristics of a time and material contract is a small time. It is a short period, in fact, with a limited budget. So normally both the buyer and seller, it will be more of a buyer's need. So he agrees, and also the seller also agrees to share some of the risk, in fact, in that. So in the examination, you can definitely expect one question that in a fixed price contract, who bears the risk? They will give you some scenarios, and probably you need to answer it that in the fixed price contract, always the risk will be the seller. In the cost reimbursable contract, the risk will be always with the buyer, because of the nature of the contract itself is like that. Because once you sign a cost reimbursable contract, whatever the cost the supplier incurs, the buyer has to reimburse it, because that is the agreement. So any fluctuations, any risk, it will be always with the buyer, in fact. I hope these things are very clear, Mr. Right. So remember, in cost reimbursable, you have a cost plus incentive fee, cost plus award fee, all those things, kindly do remember. And in the fixed price is a fixed price, economic price adjustment, fixed fee with the incentive fee, and the firm fixed price. These are the three types of contracts. And here there are three types of in the cost reimbursable contract. Out of these two, definitely you can get one question. And have you dealt, or any time you got associated in certain meetings of finalizing this type of contracts? Thiru, any time?
No, not at all. Engineer's life is away from this one, actually.
Oh, okay.
They're usually accountants, purchasing, and any legal, like I said in the beginning. Those are the people involved.
Oh, okay.
Short-term test material purchase and all, engineers are given budget and a cost code to charge against. And we can, in some companies, we can directly deal with the supplier and procure what we need. In some companies, we have to go through a proper buyer, with a designation to buy for. So we create a form called purchase request, and they'll place a purchase order to the supplier.
Oh, okay.
And then we are in the loop of any communication, any technical questions, or delivery change, something like that. So we adjust our test plans or prototype plans or whatever we do with that accordingly. So, that's typically the technical field people's job. So if I'm getting into this project management properly, then I would get most project managers probably sat in those meetings.
Okay.
Technical leads don't get into that. So far, I haven't seen. Even if I'm not leading, but nobody outside guys.
Probably it will be interesting next assignment to take up as a complete project management or project manager role. Probably I think you'll be getting involved in all these type of things, in fact, as right. Even though, of course, they are the subject matter experts, like you said, your financial lead or your procurement manager or your commercial manager or whoever gets involved, they are the SMEs. But at the same time, since you are also you are the one who manages the project, so you must get into this type of negotiations. You should be part of those meetings, and you should be aware of what type of contracts they are signing, whether the cost reimbursable or the time and material or the fixed price. so that you can have a hang on all this type of information, and you should get involved. That's important. It's like that. Yeah. Okay, great. So far it's clear, these concepts basically. That's right. So in the sorry, yeah, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, let's look up once, and so I can remember the acronyms like cost plus. Just award fee, cost plus. What is that?
It's basically talk
something
about
like that. All the acronyms. Yeah, I think I've seen the FFIP and stuff in your questionnaire somewhere.
Yeah, it's there actually. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in the
some of the questions are repeat questions in your questionnaire.
Yeah,
questions
yeah, I don't know. The purposely gets repeated, so just to yeah, it's like that. So that when you do it, when you do it twice, sometimes you can remember it better actually.
Yeah, I wrote that same as question 2, something like that. So it's same as question 20 or something.
Yeah. Another reason could be in the examination, there could be the same question could be twisted in a different way also. That's just like that.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen the questions.
Yeah, it get twisted in fact. So just of course, there's nothing to do. I thought it's just an exercise for you to get familiarized with some of those things. That's the only reason about that. That's right. Okay. It's not very great or not very difficult one, but just a sort of practice for you to get acclimatized. That's right. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So these are all some of the planned contracting here. The types of contract. Just a summary of that. CR is your cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost. There's one more thing. Sometimes when you had to buy certain materials which are, for example, very difficult to procure. At that time, what happens? The supplier will say that you reimburse me the cost, and also some variable cost for me. In fact, some additional expenses to procure that. So that's called cost plus percentage of cost. They say that okay, this is the cost of the computer. For example, computer cannot be a rare commodity nowadays. But let's say some rare commodity or some rare product, they need to procure. It could be a seasonal product, or it's available only during some seasons. They have to procure it and keep it. They say that I need to buy it, and you also reimburse certain percentage of the cost of that, additional to the cost, in fact. So it is called cost percentage of cost. That's also sometimes it's they sign that agreement, between the supplier and the cost plus incentive fee, which I just explained. Probably you can take, if you want, a picture of it, and I can keep it in your mobile or iPad like that. So it will help you if you want. That's right. Okay. Then cost plus award fee, which I explained you very clearly. The time and material, it is for the shorter period or the limited budget or like that. The fixed price, you have firm fixed price or the lump sum. Fixed price is also called the lump sum. In fact, that means you are buying 10 computers, you are placing an order at a fixed price of $1,000. In fact, it's also called the lump sum contract. That means for 10 computers, I'll pay you $10,000 plus the whatever the tax applicable. It's a lump sum contract. Then the fixed price and incentive fee, which I explained for the additional or some of the benefits, if they're providing you some additional things, services, you pay them some incentive fee. And the fixed price, economic price adjustment is based for the long-term currency fluctuations or some other fluctuations can happen. So you sign in currency, the fixed price, economic price adjustment. The purchase order is another a straightforward thing. You place a purchase order. For example, you want to buy some rolls, you want to buy some the regular thing, then you make a purchase order, in fact. So these are the planned contracting and the types of contracting, in fact. Why I am repeating that, you can expect, and it's easy to score, easy to answer these type of questions because they're all straightforward. But when they ask, they do ask with some twist and turn. But if the concepts are clear, if you know these clear, what is cost reimbursable, what is cost plus percentage, then it will be easy for you to answer those questions, in fact. Okay. Great. So these are some of the other key terms that, probably I think you must be very familiar with all those things, but still, I just want to repeat those things in case if you are not. Request for information. It's called RFI. is used to get potential sellers information to see their capability. That means, just to give an example, again, a computer thing that you want to buy about 15 computers, then you ask for the information from who are all sells computers. You ask them for an information. Are you capable of supplying? I need 50 computers. I need at this price. I need this quality or this brand. Are you capable of supplying me these things? So you're asking for an information from the potential sellers. It could be computers, or it could be any commodity, or it could be any other equipments. You are asking for a information. It's called request for information. The second one is the request for proposal. Request for proposal is to get proposal from prospective sellers. That means you say that I want to buy, let's say, in fact, 100 you can give any other stationery or anything else, in fact, that I want to, our company's organization is interested to buy that. Can you give a proposal? That means what price you are going to supply, what quality you are going to supply, what is the time you require to supply these things. So that is called request for proposal. The third one is the request for quotation. It's a very common thing that a request for quotation used to get quotation from prospective sellers for standard product services. Like let's say computer could be a standard product, your telex rolls could be a standard product, office stationery could be a standard product. For example, you want to buy some furniture for your office, in fact, the tables or anything, in fact, could be a standard product. So then you ask them to give a quotation for that. I need 50 numbers of these, I need 100 numbers of this. So give a quotation from the prospective sellers. The last one is the purchase order. Of course, once you finalize it, then the simplest type of commercial contract, you are placing a purchase order for them. For example, for small quantity of, let's say, 10 computers or a 10 your telex rolls, or you want to buy about 5 tables for the computers to keep, in fact. So you are placing a purchase order, in fact. So these terms are clear. I think it's straightforward. I'm right. Anytime you have dealt of some of these things, of course, I know that you are not part of those discussions or anything.
Yeah, the request for quote is quotation. That's the quote we call RFQ, and purchase order are very common.
Yeah.
Purchase orders usually replaced by the actual buyer, but the buyer will get the purchase request from us, which is PR, not a PO. And then RFQ, sometimes, we do directly get RFQ from suppliers for engineering purposes, not production materials, but the engineering test materials or prototype materials. We send a letter with the drawing or whatever specification we come up with. And we take the letter and then ask for a quote. And we state the timeline, we state materials and stuff. And quantity. So they would give us the quantity and time they can deliver for given, and then the minimum quantity they can process. Something like that.
Oh, great. That's good. So
then we approve it. And then we approve it. Then approval based on our approval of final numbers. Like let's say instead of 5, they can only do 10 as a minimum to get the cost out of it. And we'd say yes, 10 is good. This price is okay, and this date of delivery is okay. And if you want to expedite, and they will add an expedited fee. So instead of 4 weeks, I want it in 2 weeks. Then say it will cost you 25% more. We approve that, and then that will get accounted for, and then final quote will be based on final quote. The quotation would be based on these conditions, and then the PO would be based on that.
Great. Okay, that's
from the engineering.
So
the request for information, request for proposal, or vendor development stage, or vendor selection stage. Those are all established. And then once the vendor is established, using the system, then engineers can request for quote.
Oh, that's great. Okay. That means you have the complete.
Sometimes it's if it's a specialties product, like proposal can be requested by us. If we are not expert in certain things, we don't know anything about it. Then we can ask a proposal from the supplier.
Correct.
You would come up with a plan. We should have this kind of design here, and this type of material, this type of design would fit here. So
Correct,
you
correct.
adjust your design. I will give you a matching part
Correct.
with this kind of design. That's the
Absolutely.
proposal there.
Yeah, that's right. Particularly for like say hospital projects, that you want a big, for example, some X-ray machines or highly complicated, advanced, for example, some of the equipments, then probably you can ask for a proposal from the prospective sellers, then you negotiate and all those things can happen. Correct. It's like that. Great. Good. So next time, when you do the project, when you have that role, when you interact with your legal head or all those things, you can talk to them in these terminologies. I'm sure they'll be very, very happy about those things. In fact, correct. That's right. Great.
Exactly.
A few other things. The statement of work, I'm sure it's a pretty straightforward and simple. Statement of work is that you sign or along with your contract that what all the scope of deliverables according to the contract, in fact. That means probably the statement of work will have the pricing, the quality, the numbers, or when they require the schedule. All those things will be involved in this, or will be the part of the statement of work. It's typically drafted by the project team to define the deliverables required for the project. That at what stages we require, how frequently I require this material or this equipment, and what is the quality that I'll be looking. So based on the input you're taken from the team members for the project work, the statement of work gets prepared, in fact, and it will be part of the contract always. Correct? Am I right? No, that's right. I'm sure I think you are involved in some of these things. Statement of work from the mechanical engineering perspective, you would have given some requirement like this.
Yeah, it is what we put in writing, not in a format, but when we request code or request proposal, we define what, like I said, we want this in this time and under these are the specifications and these are the open-ended items in the thing that you can propose a new design or any changes, something like that. That covers the scope and deliverables or the statement of work you're explaining. There wasn't a separate form I haven't seen.
Okay, great. That's right. Then you'll have a quotation. Of course, is a very straightforward. Is a response by the seller to a request from the buyer. That means a quotation could be basically they'll be mentioning about at this price we'll be able to supply. Probably they will also mention the period or whatever you ask that we'll be able to deliver this in this particular time. So it contains the commercial terms of the work. In fact, that's a quotation. In fact, it's very straightforward. I think most of the companies they do call for this type of quotations from the prospective sellers before they finalize it. In fact, I'm right. The quotation must be very, very familiar for you. I think I'm right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay. The another one is the NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's a signed between the buyer and the seller to maintain the confidentiality of the information. I think in your career you must have signed a lot of NDAs. I'm sure about it.
Yeah, every job you go to, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement because of the intellectual property.
Intellectual property rights, and it covers, in fact, and you should never. One thing about the NDAs are that even if the project is completed, they'll mention that for the next 3 years or 5 years, you should not.
3 years.
Am I right? Do you think Mr. Thiru is strictly followed everywhere, or it's only for the sake of mentioning they do mention?
It is mostly strictly followed because in the US there's a lot of lawsuits and stuff, so they do follow. So and it's also information age. Anybody leaks anything, it gets cut. Somebody easily will find out where it came from.
Correct.
Who would have said it.
So. Absolutely right. In fact. And there are some, with due respect, there are some lawyers who will be waiting for such opportunity, am I right, to make money. Correct. I've seen, in fact, last time I was traveling from San Francisco to, I think, Los Angeles. I was traveling, and I saw big hoardings, on the highways. The lawyers advertising, in fact, if any accident claim or anything, You pay me, you
Mm-hmm.
give me the fee only after I win your case, like something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Am I
Getting
right?
very competitive.
Yeah, like that,
Yeah.
big hoardings with a nice picture of the advocates, and they mention that
Yeah.
you will pay me
Yeah.
only after I win your case, like that.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of promotion like that here. Here in Texas, I saw a
Yeah,
lot of hoardings and TV
yeah,
ads for
yeah,
accident injury claim. Like
yeah,
I
correct.
apparently there's a
Yeah,
lot of car and truck accidents and
yeah,
lawsuits here, I guess.
correct, correct. Yeah.
In Florida and all, it's about real estate lawsuits and stuff,
Uh-huh.
rental claims and stuff.
Hmm.
Depending on area, depending on the heart issues, there
Correct,
will be a
correct.
lot of ads for it.
Yeah, it's like that, in fact. And I see the lot of commercial advertisement even on TV by these advocates, and
Yeah,
they spend. I think that means they really make a lot of money. I think, am I right?
yeah. Yeah, it costs a lot of money, tens of thousands, if not
Yeah,
millions.
millions in fact.
There must be a lot of money there then.
Yeah. In fact, last there was a cricket match was going on between India and Australia. I think in fact every after interval, every break, I used to see an advertisement from an advocate. Actually, in fact, it's like that.
Oh, in India also? Okay.
No, not in India.
Mm.
When I was in
Okay.
US, I was just telling
Yeah,
that
okay.
because a lot of
Okay.
people do watch there also in US. The cricket, particularly the
Oh,
California
yeah,
side.
yeah. Here, yeah, these guys, the roommates of this house are
Yeah,
all watching
IPL.
cricket all the time.
Yeah, present
Yeah, whatever
IPL.
the yeah, the T20 or whatever is going
Yeah,
on, they've
yeah,
been watching that continuously.
yeah.
These
No
guys
IPL.
yesterday they went to bed around 1 o'clock, they said, this
Yeah.
morning.
Uh-huh.
And then woke up around 7 watching the cricket. So
Yeah.
6 hours only they slept because they want to watch
Yeah.
cricket.
Yeah, it is IPL. It's the Indian Premier League, which is presently going on, and
Okay.
that's an excellent
Okay.
model. It's each match, takes only 3 hours. It's like going for a
Okay.
film, Ms. Thiru. You go for a
Okay.
film for
Mhm.
3 hours, you watch and come back. It's like that. So they planned it so
Mhm.
well, that every match,
Sorry.
lasts only 3 hours. So a
Mhm.
lot of, the people is crazy. It presently is going on in India. And
Mhm.
weekends, there will be two matches. One starts at 4 o'clock and ends at 7. Another match starts at
Mhm.
8 o'clock, ends at 11 o'clock in the night. Weekend on Saturday and
Mhm.
Sunday. Other days,
Mhm.
Monday to Friday, it will be one match. Every day it will start at 8 o'clock and ends at 11:30, like that, in fact. So people
Uh-huh.
do watch, in fact. And there are 8 teams, IPL teams. Have you seen any matches like that, IPL matches? Are you crazy?
No, I don't watch sports on TV. I do
Okay.
participate when people play in person, just
Oh,
for
okay.
fun of it.
Okay.
But
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I think it's the same thing over and over. What's there to watch in sports, really? It's a
Oh,
slight difference here
uh-huh.
and there, make somebody win or somebody lose.
Okay.
But they all of them are doing the same thing, the same goal, same
Yeah.
setup.
Correct. Correct.
For me, nothing new in it.
Uh-huh.
That's all. That's
What
my
about
logic.
American football? Are you crazy of American
Nope,
football? No.
nothing. I don't watch American football. A long time ago, so I watched the soccer and tennis
Uh,
on TV.
uh-huh. I see.
But I'm not a sports watcher on TV.
Oh, okay.
No.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay.
I
Actually,
watch
I'm.
a lot of movies and TV shows and
Oh,
Netflix
okay.
or something.
Oh, okay. Okay. Uh-huh. That's good. That's great. In fact, because I in the Oklahoma University, of course, where my daughters and son-in-law stays, of course, they have got a state the football team. I'm told that
Mhm.
university, for the coach, the amount of salary they're paying, it's a very
Yeah, yeah,
astronomical figure. It seems for the coach, in fact, football coach for the
yeah. Here, it's a lot of money
a
there.
lot of
Here,
money.
players also get.
Yeah,
Depending on where you play, you get a
yeah,
lot of money.
lot of money.
I mean, even for college admission, there was a scandal recently. Like they
Uh-huh.
add sports activities, fake for sports activities, and get credits for joining good colleges.
Oh, okay.
Some
Uh-huh.
people, popular people, faked
Uh-huh.
horse riding or boating and take
Okay.
fake pictures of their
Oh,
their
okay.
children,
Uh-huh.
and then paid bribe to the coach of the college
Okay. Oh, I see.
and got admission in high colleges, highly rated colleges. They
Mm-hmm.
got arrested now.
Oh, I see. Mm.
So
Uh,
sports is
big thing.
not just for fun, it's also admission criteria here
Okay, yeah.
nowadays.
It's an entry thing, for example, even for the job opportunities or getting into the university, I think it's going to help them a lot. I think that's right. Right.
Yeah.
So some of these terms, like statement of work, the quotation, and the non-disclosure agreement, probably as a project manager, we need to be aware of it. Then the letter of intent. Letter of intent is issued by the buyer to the seller, indicating that is interested in carrying on the work with the seller. That means once you finalize the contract, whichever type of contract is a firm contract or the cost contract, then from the buyer, you give them a letter that what has been agreed upon, that we are interested in carrying the work, in fact. The TNC, of course, is a very common thing. It's almost all contracts you'll be having it, am I right? Terms and conditions.
Yeah.
But only thing is they mention it in a very, very small letter so that nobody can read, am I right? Terms and conditions.
Yeah.
Have you observed? That's a very common thing, am I right? The
terms and usually disclosure, terms and conditions. Yeah.
Correct, absolutely.
Everywhere. Right?
Yeah.
That's actually to cover themselves from lawsuits and stuff.
Yeah. For everything, you need to accept the terms and conditions, whether you are buying a ticket or booking a travel, big aircraft ticket, or anything and everything. There will be terms and conditions for that, in fact. Even a movie ticket, for example, when you buy, you can see that there will be terms and conditions in small letters will be mentioned. Correct? No? We are not responsible if something goes wrong, or we are not because nobody takes in the terms and conditions. They ensure that the organization is protected in all aspects. Correct? Am I right? No.
Yeah.
It's many times it could be a one-sided one, but still, it's there, and we are forced to agree on those things sometimes. Because basically,
otherwise you won't get to the next step. That's all.
Absolutely right.
You cannot buy, you cannot make a purchase or anything. You have to accept it.
You have to accept it. Suppose you want to go for a film, it is our need, it's our interest, so we have to accept whatever they say. It's like that. The flying aircraft ticket, also airline tickets, in fact, it's our need that we want to fly and we have to reach a place for some purpose, so we accept like that. So the terms and condition is very common in all contracts. So the first process here, the plan procurement management. Basically here, like any other plan acknowledgement, is basically how you plan, how you procure, how you conduct, and how you control. It's all clearly defined in the plan procurement process. So here the project charter, business documents. If you look at here, the inputs, a lot of inputs are required, in fact, when you plan procurement. You look at your project charter, you look at your business documents, the business case, the benefits management plan, like yesterday we discussed in the previous session, that benefit management plan like NPV, your internal rate of return, your return on investment, all those benefits management plan will be the part of that. Then the project management plan, which will have the subsidiary plans or the supplementary plans of like scope, quality, resource. And your scope baseline is very important because that is the one which gives you that the statement of work, that is your requirement. So for that, your scope baseline is one of the important input there. Then the project documents like your milestone list, where each phase, what type, all those details has to be mentioned. Your project team assignments, who will be doing what when you are doing the procurement, that has to be clearly mentioned. Then your requirement documentation, the various documents that, what all you will be putting it. The requirement traceability metrics, which I was explaining to you that in a large projects, these requirement traceability is a very important because the project documents run into hundreds of pages. So you should be able to identify and select the elicit that required documents. So you need to have that metrics. Then your resource requirement, your human resources or a physical resources requirement, that has to be another key important input. Then your risk register, which we discussed yesterday in detail about that. The risk register will have, you identify the risk and you keep on maintaining the risk register, because at every stage the new risk could be added. So you need to maintain that register. Particularly when your agreement, when you are trying to procure from different sources, again the risk can go up, am I right? Because each vendor will have some risk element to that. He may agree on a certain, for example, that I will supply this material on 10th of this month. In case he, so for some valid reason, if he is not able to supply, then again, there is a risk factor is there. Am I right? You agree with me, correct? That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same way, he may have some skilled employees, in fact, to do your service or to give the material that he has agreed to you. Suddenly, if something something goes wrong with one of their key skilled labor, again, there is a risk involved. So the risk register has to be keep on updating. Then your stakeholder register in the next knowledge area, we'll discuss in detail about that. Your enterprise environment factors and OPA as the common inputs. So you can see that when the procurement, you will find lot and lots of inputs are required in the process. What are the tools and technique here? The expert judgment, the data gathering, of course, the market research is also very important. Market research is nothing but, suppose you had to buy the computers at a price of $1,000, or you need to buy some equipments. You also get the information from the market, am I right? What prices it's available, who are the important suppliers of that. You do all that market research before you finalize a supplier or a vendor for that. So it is a market research you do. And the data analysis, the make or buy analysis, probably in the following slide, we'll try to explain that. Yesterday, I was giving you the detail. Make or buy analysis, for example, whether you can make this in the inside of organization or you have to buy it. For example, even your labors, human resources, should you hire them from the company roles, or can you outsource them for some time, in fact? So these are all the make or buy analysis. You look at the various scenarios and you weigh the options, whichever is better economically suited, then you take a decision on that. Then the source selection analysis. I heard about the source selection analysis anytime, Mr. Thiru? Source selection analysis.
Not the exact terminology, but
yeah,
which source is better, or based on history of timely delivery and a number of rejections and rework.
Yeah.
That's based on that they choose from available resources.
Absolutely right.
Provided he is able to immediately take that job and do it, or if he has, then the next supplier would be chosen.
Absolutely right.
So
yeah. That means for each of these things, you would have given certain criteria for selection. Let's say that you want to buy tables, 50 tables to your office. Then what are the criteria? The supplier should be able to supply the 50 tables and the quality that which you want, whether it's a teak or a plywood or whatever it is, whether the supplier will be able to do that. Then the third factor could be that within 1 week I need it, so time could be a thing. So you put all this weightage, and you put, there are 4 suppliers are there, you put them, in fact, each weightage, in fact, then you take a selection. In fact, that is the source selection analysis. That means before you finalize a vendor or a supplier or a source, that you make some analysis of them. That is called source selection analysis. The meetings, of course, you are very familiar. What is the output here you get is the procurement management plan. In fact, by doing all these things, you will get a comprehensive plan. In fact, procurement, what to procure, how much to procure, what price to procure, who are the suppliers, who are the vendors, and what is the quality we require. All those things, will be part of the procurement management plan. Then the procurement strategy, in fact, procurement strategy is again, it's like, should we buy it? Should I own this? In fact, internally, should I do it, or should I go outside, in fact? So that is a procurement strategy each organization will have based on the need of the particular resources that you require, in fact. So what strategy will have? Bid documents is nothing but, for example, for a generic product which is freely available in the market, you ask for the 5 suppliers to bid the price, in fact. So that's a bid document. So that's also one output. In the bid document, you'll have the pricing details, you'll have the delivery schedule and all those things. Those are part of the bid documents.
Okay.
Then you get a procurement statement of work. Based on the statement of work that it is prepared, including your team members, some of the important stakeholders, then you have the you sign an agreement with them, and it will be part of that procurement statement of work. In fact, that will be along with the agreement. In fact, that means your supplier is agreed to meet the requirement of yours, in fact, as per the points mentioned in the agreement. Then the source selection criteria. So the source selection analysis which you have made, then when you finalize this, on what criteria you have selected the supplier. Like for example, which I gave you, that there are 5 suppliers to supply your table. Then you have selected one supplier for that. Then you will have a criteria for what reason I finalize this, in fact. So it will become a source selection criteria, in fact. These are the criteria that I took into consideration, and I finalized this supplier, in fact. So that becomes a source selection criteria. Make or buy decisions, as I explained, that should you buy it, in fact, or should you make it. This decision, again, it's an economy. It's connected with your pricing, it connected with your costing, it connected with your availability of resources, all those things. For example, sometimes your company is not competent enough to own it, then you'll have to buy it from outside, am I right? Or you have to outsource it, in fact, because every organization cannot make. So sometimes you need to get it from outside. So those those decisions you need to take. Independent cost estimates is nothing but when you do the market research. Suppose, for example, for tables, you want to buy 50 tables, you will also do an independent cost analysis from the market, am I right? What prices it is available, and all those things. So that is the independent cost estimates. Even computers, suppose you want to buy, general information you get from the market, that what prices various brands are available, like Apple, Lenovo, or Microsoft computers are available. So that is your independent cost estimates. The change request and project documents updates, all those things we discussed many times. Lessons learned registered, and the milestone list is also one important thing about the milestone list. I hope you remember that milestone list will not have any duration. In fact, am I right? You remember that one of the questions answered also, I think, in the last week. So that's one thing you need to remember. Then the requirement documentation, requirement traceability metrics, particularly for a large organization where you have lot of documents, it's very important that those requirements, traceability metrics. And suppose an organization is buying hundreds of material from outside, hundreds of requirement from outside for your L&T projects, for example, where you have number of suppliers you are outsourcing. So you need to have a requirement traceability metrics. So easily you can elicit those documents metrics. Then the risk register, the stakeholder register, and the organization process assets. All these things gets updated in the process. This is the plan procurement management, which is very, very important in the procurement management, because unless you plan well, you cannot get the required procurement. Because it's also important, the quality of the services you get, it reflects on the quality of your organization also. Am I right? You agree with me, in fact? It's very important that you give a lot of importance for your source selection. You have a proper criteria for all those things. So you need to keep those points in mind when you plan the procurement. So once you plan it, and here is an example, for example, the buying, or this is one. Just let's go to understand. Let's say variable cost alternative 1, alternative 2. Whether you make internally the buy or make decision. This is the one rationale probably we can look at it. Let's say, in fact, making internally, if you make, the cost buy from outside is 0. Direct materials, when you make, it will be $300,000. Direct labor will be $160,000. Your manufacturing overhead will be $100,000 when you make it internally. Then what are your fixed costs? Your factory equipment lease will be $110,000. Factory building rent will be $290,000. Production supervisor salary will be $140,000. So the total production cost, if you add up all these things, let's say it comes to $11,100. It's like that. Okay, these all when you make internally. So let's say you take a decision to buy it from outside. Then the cost of buying from outside, it costs about $700,000. You will not have any direct material, direct labor, manufacturing overhead. You will not be having. But since you have a factory already, you will have continue to have your fixed cost of $110,000. Your factory building rent, you had to pay $290,000. But only since you are buying this from outside, your production supervisor salary may come down from $140,000 to $90,000 because they are not directly involved in producing it. So probably you may have less number of people or salary like that. So it will come to $1,190,000. So if you look at the differential amount, so here if you minus this 700,000, 300, 160, it comes to 90,000 minus. And if you look at here between the alternative making buying or buying from outside, if you compare it here, it is the cost of buy from outside is lower, whereas your direct materials, your labor is all higher, and the production supervisor salary is higher. So then probably it will give, it's better to make it rather than buying it from outside, in fact. Correct, you know?
Okay.
So this is how you make a decision between whether to make or buy decision, in fact. But of course, one factor you need to keep in mind, whether whatever we are talking about the equipment, whatever, you should have the technical knowledge of making it also. That's also important, in fact. If you don't have the technical expertise, then it is better to you buy it from outside, in fact. Am I right? You know, because you cannot invest on knowing the technical knowledge. Again, you'll be spending a lot of money, and you know, it will not make sense, in fact. So these are all the, this is how you make or buy decision. This will help you to take a decision on that. It's clear, Mr. Thiru, on this? I hope there's no problem. Great. So the make strategic is in-house expertise. This is also very important. As I said, that you should have that in-house expertise and the availability. Buy the direct or indirect cost, the third-party risk when you buy it from outside. And you also keep into consideration the legal consideration also. That's also very important, that because when you're signing a contract with them, what are the legal things you also need to keep in mind. These are all some of the points you need to keep in mind when you make or buy things. So this is the typical selection criteria. For example, I was just explaining to you that, you know, when you select a vendor or a supplier, you need to look at their financial aspects. For example, working costs, their stability, their open book, or the risk they take. Technical, do they have the required qualifications? Do they have the capability? They have the capacity, or do they have the support? Then in performance, for example, what is the track record, a cultural match, a relationship, or all these things you need to keep in mind. And sorry. The security, for example, quality, are they able to supply the required quality? And the IP rights also is very, very important. The warranty, the confidentiality, all these things are you need to keep in mind when you select a source. In fact, these are also some of the criteria that, you know, apart from which I just mentioned earlier about only a few things. But if you look at it, it's a very, very exhaustive list, in fact. Because the supplier, you know, performance is will have a direct impact on your organization performance also, in fact. Correct? Am I right? You know, if they don't supply you proper quality input, because many of their inputs will be your will be going as an input. Many of the supplies which they make will be your input for many of the processes that probably you might be doing. So you have to keep in mind the quality, the reputation, all those things you have to keep in mind. Clear? I hope it's clear. Because again, you can expect a question on this. In fact, source selection criteria, what all you keep in mind. So again, there will be some twist, and or they will ask you the question. So you need to keep these factors in mind always. Okay. Once you plan, the next one is you need to conduct procurement. So again, you know, I request you to follow this flow, which I've been explaining in every knowledge management area. You start with the planning always. Once you plan it, then you need to conduct it. Or you need to, for example, in resource management, we said when you plan the resources, you need to acquire the resources. Once you acquire the resources, you estimate. Once you estimate, you know, you need to then see all those. That's a flow, in fact, which I request you to follow. Here also, you are planning the procurement. Once you plan, you need to conduct the procurement. That means here, what we are basically looking at is the scope management plan, procurement management plan, the procurement management plan, the configuration management plan, the cost baseline, and the project documents, lessons learned registers, stakeholders register, the procurement documentation, the seller proposals. All these things will become your inputs when you conduct the procurement. Conduct the procurement, that means you are acquiring those procurements. In fact, that's what you are going to do here. And here the what you do is the advertising is one of the thing, because suppose you need a large number of material or large quantity of requirements, then sometimes you do the advertising also. In fact, I need about 1,000 computers, for example, some mega projects. I need about 100 tables, or I need 1,000 numbers of this, or I need about 5,000 tons of cement. Like that, at that time, what you do the advertising also, in fact, so that the large number or more number of suppliers can respond to that. Have you heard about the bidder conferences anytime? Bidder conference.
Bitter what?
Bidder conferences. Bidder conferences. It's here. You can see here.
Bidder. Okay, bidder.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. There was one company that was when supplier presentation meeting and something like that. They
absolutely
display
right.
their capabilities, what the new services they provide, what they have done for other customers. And what their guidelines of design is. They touch all topics. Forgot the name. Vendor annual meeting or something like that.
You're absolutely
some
right.
Joined from, some joined online. Some came with the presentation and samples. And in a big hall, we all sat and asked questions, and they showed the stuff. And there was not specific product code.
Okay. I think your mic is disturbing you. Yeah.
No, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I set the phone on the bottom is the mic. I guess I probably covered it.
Okay.
So that is the kind of conference I've seen. I haven't seen bidder conference where they actually price, like auction or something.
Correct.
This sounds like they compete with each other for better pricing in the conference itself. Is that the one?
You're partly right what you mentioned. Bidder conference is nothing but, suppose let's say you want to buy the table or the computers. Let's say your organization want to buy 500 computers, and there are 10 suppliers to supply those computers. In fact, they are all the bidders for that. For example, for that business. So what you do is you call all of them to a room or for a conference. In fact. And you call them there and you explain them all the terms and conditions, all your requirement, and what price you are looking, what quality you are looking, what quantity you are looking, everything. You brief all the suppliers uniformly, so that all the bidders for that product which they want to supply your organization, you get all the required information in one go, and all of them get all the required information. That's important, in fact. So that there will not be any ambiguity. That means you are not doing any favoritism to any supplier. You are providing the equal information to all the suppliers who wants to supply. Then based on their, for example, when they send you the proposal, then based on your criteria analysis method, you can select one or two which according to your company's requirement. But the bidder conference is where you disclose all the information about the requirement to all the potential suppliers. In fact, that is called bidder conference. Okay. So that the information is given in one place to all the prospective sellers. In fact, that's called bidder conference. Usually in every company, they will have two suppliers for a product. Am I right? You agree with me in that? They will keep two shortlisted people actually. In case if one major supplier does not supply or getting into the problem, they should have some alternate supplier always.
Backup,
Correct. So they will have it in for a standby, because you should always have a plan B for all these requirements, because these are very critical. Right. So that is the bidder conferences. In fact, I hope it's clear. Then data analysis, of course, the various data you do analyze those data. Proposal evaluation. That means the information you get from, or the quotations or the proposals you get from the various bidders or the suppliers, you evaluate those proposals, in fact, based on certain criteria. That I want this type of quantity, this is the time which I require, this is the price I require. So whether the proposals which are received are meeting those requirements, that is the proposal evaluations of the various suppliers. Then your interpersonal and team skills and the negotiations, of course, I told you yesterday also, it has to be a win-win situation. You cannot negotiate at the cost of somebody. In fact, then it will become a win-lose situation. You cannot squeeze according to, for your sake. In fact, you also need to keep in mind the both parties' interest in mind. That's very important. Interpersonal team skills, of course, a very common thing that you need to have, that's required for your negotiation. In fact, how best you negotiation, what communication strategy you will have, and how authentically you negotiate. All those things are important. So what is the output when you conduct procurement? So naturally you will have the selected sellers. In fact, that means you have shortlisted the sellers for your requirement or for your services or the product or the material. Then you will have the agreements will be in place, because that is the contractual agreement that you will have in place. Then other common outputs you get is your change request, your project management plan updates will get updated, your requirements management plan will get updated, and your quality management plan, your communication. If you look at all these things, you will also get updated. And three important things, the scope baseline, the schedule baseline, and the cost baseline, also it gets updated based on your, for example, the statement of work, all those things would have been finalized, your quality would have been finalized, your schedule would have been finalized, your cost would have been faced. All those things, gets updated in the process, in fact. And some of the other documents which get updated are your lessons learned register, your requirement documentation, resource calendar, and the risk register also gets updated. Because as I told you that when you sign a different vendor or a different sources of supplier, the risk also will get increased, in fact. So you need to update your risk register also. Okay, these are all the risks that we may have, in part because of we are signing a contract, and these risk has to be taken into consideration, in fact. Then you will have a stakeholder register, because each supplier or each vendor, additional vendor, will become your stakeholder. Am I right? So that stakeholder register also needs to be get updated. In fact, the more and more you sign the agreements, the more and more stakeholders also gets increased, in fact. And more stakeholders means there will be always more risk, in fact. So that's the important parcel of the project. In fact, that's the reason they call that the project without risk. You cannot call it as a project, in fact. Every project is bound to have certain amount of risk. It is the efficiency of the project manager, it is the efficiency of the organization, how well they handle those risks. And if it is a positive risk, like yesterday we discussed, in fact, if it is a negative risk, it is a threat, for that you will have some strategy. Positive risk will have some strategy, and based on those things, you will take it forward. So you have planned your procurement. After planning, you are conducting the procurement. That means you are acquiring some of those things. Then once you do that, you need to, for example, these are all some of the procurement documents. We'll quickly visit them. I'm sure you must be familiar with the request for information we discussed. Information for
we talked about it.
We discussed RFP, we discussed, and the RFP, all these things, we discussed all those things. Tender notice is probably primarily for the government work orders. You get the tenders, in fact. I'm sure, you'll be seeing a lot of advertisements from the governments, am I right? They ask.
I've seen that in India. Tenders.
Tenders, in fact. It's basically for the large projects and the government bodies, they like, and they will have a predefined quality. In fact, even for road laying, say, they will ask for the tenders, in fact. We want to lay down 50 kilometers or 50 miles between Texas to Oklahoma City. I like that, they will ask for the tender notice. These are all some of the important procurement documents which will be part of your agreements, which will be part of your statement of work. In fact, we need to remember those things as well. So these are the an example of bidder conferences, which I'm just explaining to you. For example, meeting with a prospective seller prior to preparation of a proposal. Ensure that all prospective sellers have clear, common understanding of the procurement. That's very, very important. So that the same information is provided to all the suppliers with a constant level of information. Then the response to question may be incorporated into the procurement documents as amendments. Suppose if any of the sellers ask for some information, they ask for any questions, they also can be part of the documents which needs to be amended sometimes. This is a picture of the bidder conference, and just an example. So you have planned the procurement, then you have conducted the procurement. Once you conduct the procurement, you need to control the procurement. That's also very important. So the control procurement comes always with the monitoring and control process area. So what are the inputs here? We look at it. The inputs are the procurement management plan. That's very, very important. Your change management plan is also important, because when you're procuring, there will be a lot of changes that can happen. So you need to have the change management plan. Your schedule baseline is another important thing, based on the statement of work, which has mutually agreed the schedule period. So probably your schedule baseline needs to be adjusted. Then the project document, the assumption log, the lessons learned register, the milestone list is also very important. Milestone list in what stage or what period that you are going to achieve these things. The quality reports, this is, since you are outsourcing externally, it's important that the quality has to be met at any cost. So you do get a quality report, am I right? Before they supply a material, you ask for a quality report, whether that quality specification is meeting your requirement. Am I right? You agree with me.
Yeah.
So it's a quality report is also a part of the input. Then you have your requirement documentation, then requirement traceability matrix, your risk register, your stakeholder register is also very important, because it gets updated in the previous process, because once you finalize your vendors or suppliers, your stakeholders get added to that. So that will become your input. Then your various agreements, your procurement documentation, which I just explained that, procurement documentation. Then approved change request, because once the change request goes to that change control board, it will get approved. Then your work performance data, as I yesterday also was telling, all control process will have the work performance data as an input. And in the process, when it will become the work performance information. So these are all the, and enterprise environment and your organization process assets are the inputs in fact. So if you look at Mr. Thiru, that compared to other knowledge area, in the procurements, you will have a lot of inputs, you will have a lot of outputs. Is basically because you have to ensure that you follow all these things very strictly, and the process, because you are taking a lot of risk, am I right? By procuring a material from outside, there is a lot of risk involved. So that's one of the reason, this process, you need to really, really look into minute aspects. That's how this knowledge area. Then you have the your expert judgment, the claims administration. Have you dealt any time the claims administration, or are you part of that, or you are aware of that? All the claims, any of your projects?
No, I couldn't say. I don't.
Okay.
I haven't done administration part of it.
Okay.
Nope.
The claim administration is nothing but for any projects, when a supplier is making, there will be always some claims. One is, for example, you have to pay the money that whatever has been agreed, am I right? Because any contract will be always based on the some mutual monetary benefits, in fact. So claim administration is, you have to ensure that whatever has been agreed upon, the price has to be settled. And if there are any disputes, for example, if there are any issues, those issues all has to be resolved. Because in many contracts always will be some issues. In fact, either probably there could be a delay in supply, or the quality could be sometimes an issue, or for example, the price itself, sometimes could be an issue. So all those things comes under claims administration. So it's very important that before you close a contract, you need to close your administration contract also. Am I right? You agree with me, in fact? Because unless you settle all the dues as agreed upon, unless the supplier supplies what has been agreed upon, you cannot close the contract, right? So the claims administration is a very, very important thing of a project manager. You have to ensure that all the claims are resolved or all the claims are settled before you close the contract. So it's a part of the claim administration. Even you are settling the dues or the agreed price, all those things will be under this. Then your performance reviews, I'm sure you know that you keep reviewing the performance of the supplier, in fact. Whether whether he has supplied the required material in time, whether he has supplied the quality that we wanted, was it correct, whether the price that he agreed has he supplied, all those things, it all comes under performance reviews, in fact. That I'm sure as a team member, your quality team or your finance team, they will sit together and they will analyze all these things. That's a performance reviews. Then your earned value analysis, which I discuss about your earned value, for example, your EV, CPI, SPA, all those things also will become your tools and technique. Then your trend analysis, how the trend is going on. The inspection and audits, I think I know these two, because when you are getting the material or the equipments from that, sometimes you have a third party audit also. You send them to their place and you ensure that the quality is required or the specification is required. You go and inspect. Am I right? Am I right? You do that?
Yeah, inspection. I think then I've seen people go and audit the place.
Audit the place, absolutely right. Yeah. They do that because it's very, very important. Before they send you the complete material, you have to go and because you are the customer for them. Am I right? There's a lot of disturbance. Mobile, I think, has some disturbance.
Yeah, I think outside. I'm standing outside right now. So okay. Is that better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Usually, it's the biggest bosses who get to travel and audit the vendor place. Yeah. One of the Indian manager actually in last company. Yeah, he went to China for vendor selection and look at the place and their capabilities and give a presentation of what they can do compared to something like that.
Yeah, even in our company, which I used to work for Glaxo or Amrutanchan, before you finalize a vendor or a supplier, our supply chain department, along with the finance department, and the quality, they used to. Oh, sorry, that's a lot of disturbance.
In your side?
No, from your end, it's coming. I don't know what's that.
Noise? Something?
Yeah, a lot of noise comes in. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, I didn't use the mic this time. Okay. Let me go to a different place.
When you'll be able to come inside, you're outside, is it?
I'm inside. I'm inside now. I thought I would just stand outside for a minute.
Okay.
All right, it should be clear now. Even the wind noise make that much of noise, and
and since I'm wearing the headphone, it hits my ear.
It's amplified.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried to bring the computer downstairs and try it, and then computer actually battery didn't hold.
Oh my God.
And battery. So as soon as I take it out of the plug, the battery doesn't die. Says it's critical, it shuts down. So that's something I need to work on. And
fix it. You need to fix that problem. Yeah, correct. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for this inconvenience. Probably. Let's see.
Knowing all of this only, I tried for in-person classes. I'll be just in the prison and not be able to do anything else, and everything is fixed there.
Okay.
So no problem. Yes, I'm back in the room. So
okay, that's good. Okay. Now it's much better. That's right. Yeah. So we used to send our team, in fact, to go and inspect whether they're capable of, give the required quality, required thing, all those things. And for example, there's also in the source selection criteria, we used to put that to one of the clause actually that our people will come and inspect your place, in fact, and you should meet the requirement. Particularly for the Amrutanchan, that container that you have seen, the Amrutanchan paint bomb, We used to buy, even today, the company buys, millions every month. They require 3 million, 4 million pieces of certain thing. So in Hyderabad, there used to be a supplier of a multinational company. So, they were regularly supplying, and we used to send our team for the audit and whether they're meeting the requirement, quality, all those. So it all becomes the inspection and audits is one of the important thing for the project success. That's right. Then what outputs here you get is the closed procurements. As I told you, that closed procurements is only after the claims and administration. All your claims are settled, then you'll be able to close the procurement contracts. That's the output. Uh, and work performance information is an output of when you process your work performance data, it will become the work performance information, and that will be converted into a report and will be sent to all the required stakeholders. Then procurement documentation updates is also very important. You have to keep on updating the various procurements, and that gets updated. Then the change requires the project management plan, your risk management plan, procurement management plan. If you look at all these are important documents, it gets updated. And your schedule baseline also will updated, and your cost baseline based on the based on the pricing would have fixed. Your cost would have been expected. You'll have a cost baseline, then your schedule baseline gets updated, and project documents gets updated, and all your lessons learned register because from each of the vendors or the supplier, there are some lessons to be learned which gets documented, and those things get updated. Then your resource requirements get requirement traceability matrix, all those things gets updated. In fact, this is the control procurement. So 3 important processes in procurement. First, you plan the procurement. In the planning procurement, you take a decision whether should we buy it, or it should be own it, or should we make it. That's one important decision you take. Then, you plan the various resources, various sources. Once you finalize that, then you do the conduct the procurement. Then once you conduct the procurement, you need to control the procurement also. That means, you have to keep on reviewing their performance. You have to ensure that all those claims are, the properly handled, the administration happens, the payments which has been agreed, given to them, then whether they're supplying your required things, in time and the quality, all those things. For that, you do the inspection and audits. Then the final process, the output is you close the procurement. I hope these 3 are very clear. Am I right? Great.
Sure.
So here are a few things, like approved change request. Approved change request can include the modification of the terms and conditions of the contract, including the procurement statement of work, the pricing, the description of the products or services or results to be provided. All procurement related changes are formally documented. This is very, very important in writing and approved before being implemented through the control procurement process. As I was telling you yesterday, in project environment, everything should be documented. Even it could be a trivial thing. There should be nothing, a verbal consent or a verbal conversation. It has to be documented, in fact, because tomorrow, if there are any legal issues, in fact, only the documented records or will be taken into consideration, nor the oral understanding. So in complex projects and programs, change requests may come from sellers involved with the project that can influence other involved sellers. The project should have the capability of identifying, communicating, and resolving changes that impact the work of multiple sellers. That means, for example, you are having a seller. He may subcontract some of things to get things done, in fact. So he may have multiple sellers for that requirement, in fact. So at that time, you need to ensure that, in the contract, it should be clearly mentioned whether they are allowed to have the subcontractors or they should not have subcontractors, involved other sellers. All those points should be taken into consideration in the approved change request. The point is, as a seller, just so that he may give a request that I'm not capable of, or I'm not able to produce this, so I'm going to outsource it. Then I will have one more seller for this. So all these factors, it has to be approved internally. In fact, then only it should be implemented. This is very important. Work performance data, of course, we discussed. It's the raw data, sellers data on project status, such as technical performance, activities that are started or in progress, or completed and costs that have been incurred or committed. Work performance data can also include work performance information, the seller invoices that have been paid. All those things will be the part of the work performance data. So the claims administration is so important. Claims administration always comes under control procurement. You need to remember that because in the question, in the examination, they might ask you the claim administration is part of what? Is it a plan procurement or is it a conduct procurement or a control procurement? Like that, they will twist and ask you the question. So the claim administration always using control procurement. So it relates to contested changes where the buyer and seller cannot agree. Items such as change requests, incentive payments, or penalties, referred to as claims, disputes, or appeals. A resolution process is normally documented. The contract and settlement via negotiation is preferred. That means if there are any disputes are there, you should never immediately go for legal thing. In fact, first you try to negotiate with a mutual consent, take them into confidence, try to negotiate. And if the agreement cannot be reached, then only the legal action may be required. Straight away, you should never go for a legal action. That's very important because it's again the reputation of the organization. If there are too many disputes about an organization, then what happens? In the market also, in the industry, the organization may lose its name. Am I right? You agree with me, in fact. Because if more number of court cases a company has to handle means there should be some reason for that. That means they're not managing their business properly, in fact. So it's very important. Unless it's a must, unless it is beyond anybody's control, then only you should go for the legal verifications like that. Then the record management system used by the project manager to manage contract and procurement documentation records. It always contains a retrievable and archive all the contract documentation, correspondence, and performance reports. Record management is very, very important in the procurement area, particularly for the major, as I told you that there are some projects where there will be hundreds of suppliers, hundreds of vendors will be there. So you need to maintain the records, management systems to get the required information quickly, as quickly, and when you need it. That's also very important. So the approved change request, of course, we discussed. Closed procurement is another important thing. And so closed procurement is usually through authorized procurement administrator. It provides the seller with formal written notice that the contract has been completed. As I told you that everything has to be documented. Once your requirement is done, once you close your administrative thing, there has to be a formal letter from the supplier to the seller that the contract has been completed. Requirements for formal procurement closure are usually defined in the terms of conditions of the contract and are included in the procurement management plan. Typically, all deliverables should have been provided on time and meet the technical and quality standards. That's very, very important. Whatever has been agreed in the statement of work that has those technical and quality requirement has to be met, then only you can close the procurement. There should be no outstanding claims or invoices and all final payments should have been made. This is very important. If there are some, for example, pending issues are there, if there are some pending payments are there to the supplier, you cannot close the procurement, am I right? How can you close when there are some issues are pending, in fact? So you have to ensure that all the issues are resolved, all the payments are made from the buyer, and all the required things, are being supplied, all the documents have been provided by the seller, then only you can close the procurement. So the project management team should have approved all the deliverables prior to closure. That's very important. So otherwise, what happens when you close the contract and if there are some pending issues, then how will you resolve it? In fact, once the contract is over, that means your legal thing gets over. In fact, we cannot do anything about it. Am I right? So that's very important. So the work performance information includes of course, all work performance data will be get converted in the process to work performance information on how a seller is performing by comparing the deliverables received and the technical performance achieved and the cost incurred accepted against the statement of work budget of the work performed. So all this information will be part of your work performance information. So some of the key points here, we talk about a contract is a mutually binding agreement that obligates the seller to provide the specified products, services or results, and obligates the buyer to provide the monetary or other valuable consideration in return. And in a centralized contracting, a single contract manager handles the multiple projects, whereas this decentralized contracting, a contract manager is assigned to a project full time. This one thing you need to remember. Many organizations, will have some centralized contract managers. Let's say, for example, the PNT, a large construction company, where they will run 50 to 60 projects in different locations. So what happens, they will have a centralized contract manager. So, he will be supervising all the various the projects which are going, and each project may have another, decentralized contract manager, but probably sometimes they'll be supervised by the project management office or the centralized contract, in fact. So a contract manager is assigned to a project full time and reports to be the project manager. That's only in the decentralized contracting. Suppose you are running a project now in Texas, you will have a contract manager under you. That is called decentralized. That means he will be reporting to you, and he will do whatever you say. In fact, as a project manager, he will be under you. But in the centralized contracting, normally it will be done from the head office. In fact, for the various projects which are going on, there will be one common centralized project manager. It's like contract manager. The three types of contracts which we discussed are cost reimbursable, or cost plus, time and material. I hope those three are very clear, Mr. Thiru. There is no confusion or ambiguity there. Am I right?
Yeah.
Great. Because definitely you can expect one question in that. That's the reason I'm repeatedly asking that. Only thing is you need to remember the risk factor. Who owns the risk? In the fixed price contractor, this is always the risk will be with the seller. Yeah. In the cost reimbursable contract, the risk will be always with the buyer. Because he has no control on the cost, so it will be the risk will be always on the buyer, and the time and material it will always shared. In fact, buyers. Kindly remember that. That's important. Then project procurement management includes the process of necessary to purchase or acquire products, services, or results needed from the outside of the project team. So 3 project procurement processes are: you plan the procurement. Once you plan, you conduct the procurement, and once you conduct, you also control the procurement. These are the 3 important processes. 3 important things to remember. Again, the various type of contracts. Make or buy decision, which I showed you that there could be a decision. They might give you some numbers, in fact, and you have to take which you have to tick the correct one thing by analyzing the numbers. In fact, that's a make or buy decision. Probably you can take you can expect a question. The third one is again centralized contracting and the decentralized contracting. The claim administration, and when you close your procurement closure, in fact, you can close the procurement contract only after closing your claims and administration. That's where you cannot close the procurement contract, unless you settle. If any pending issues are there, you cannot settle it. Then the various the written for example, RFI, the quotations, the proposals, those key terms which we discussed. Kindly remember those things. Okay. And, one more thing you need to remember is the force majeure clause. Force majeure clause. I hope you are familiar with that. Am I right? That means if force majeure. That is, if anything goes wrong because of act of God. If and those contracts, for example, if something goes beyond it's a nature thing, at those times, contract, you cannot make any claim in such instances. For example, in hurricanes, or for example, in floods, or in US is very, very common, for example, in Oklahoma place, you have the tornado, all those things. If such things happens, then the buyer or the seller probably will have no claim on those things, in fact, if something happens. Force majeure, it's called a force majeure. Kindly remember that.
Post.
Yeah, FORC, force, MAGEUR, force majeure. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah. Now comes your favorite section, questions and answers. Okay. The first question is, project procurement management, once signed, a contract is legally binding unless one party is unable to perform, one party is unable to finance its part of the work, or it is a violation of applicable law and is declared null and void by either party's legal counsel. So the catch is a contract is legally binding unless, that's what you need to know. Yeah. So what do you think is the right answer?
There are two right answers, and the C and D here actually. If it's violating any state or federal government law, basically like for example, forcing labor to work 10 hours a day to finish the project early or something like that. That's complete violation of applicable law.
Absolutely right. I think you're right.
So if both parties agreed again, canceling the contract pretty much null and void, then that's also the right answer. By both parties, legal counsel. So
then also it's not binding, in fact. Okay. But the best answer, I think, it's C. I think violation of applicable law. Correct. It's legally binding. In fact, that's right. That's right. Okay, we look at, you're right. In fact, it's very close to each other. In fact, that's right. The next question is: clear procurement statement work. A seller completes work as specified, but the buyer is not pleased with the results. The contract is considered to be what? With a clear procurement statement of work, a seller completes the work as specified, but the buyer is not pleased with the results. So there is a null and void.
Contract is complete, actually. See.
Correct. Great. I think so. I'm right, because it's he has met your statement of work requirement. In fact, so naturally it has to be. Okay, you're right. Otherwise, if the buyer is not pleased with the result, that means it will become gold scope creep or something like that. Correct? That's right. Okay, you're right. Absolutely, it's complete. The third one is you are preparing a you are preparing a requirement documents for the building of a community center. There will be government standards, guidelines, and possible regulations. Sellers interested in doing business in a particular project. All the following statements concerning procurement documents are incorrect, except probably I'm not. Yeah, can you read it now? Are incorrect except a well-designed procurement documents can simplify the comparison of responses. Procurement documents must be rigorous with little flexibility to allow the consideration of seller suggestions. In general, procurement documents should not include selection criteria. Well-designed procurement documents do not include a procurement statement of work. Bit lengthy question, probably, and lengthy answers also.
It's also a very vague sort of.
Vague sort of thing? Yeah. Okay.
It's not really short question. That's what I mean. Let me read this again. You're preparing procurement documents for building the community center, regulations about the procurement documentation in order to get proposals. So procurement documents are incorrect except
from qualified prospective sellers interested in doing business on a particular project. All the following statements concerning procurement documents are incorrect, except a well-designed.
Only one is right.
Yeah, a well-designed procurement documents can simplify the comparison of responses. The procurement documents must be rigorous with a little flexibility to allow consideration of seller suggestions. In general, procurement documents should not include selection criteria. Well-designed procurement documents do not include the procurement statement of work. Now, let's see what all correct. First, we'll try to read. You see, for example, in general, procurement documents should not include selection criteria. That's right, or that's correct or incorrect?
Procurement document is it's catchy. Selection comes in the initial stage when planning with the procurement.
Well-designed procurement documents can simplify comparison of responses is a correct statement. Procurement
Yeah,
document.
I think that's a good. I think I'll stick with A for now.
Okay. The procurement documents must be rigorous with little flexibility to allow consideration of seller suggestions. That's also
That sounds bad,
that
by the
sounds
way.
bad.
Like
Yeah.
seller will also
Yeah.
give you some suggestions to improve the project or procurement parts and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Then the well-designed procurement documents do not include a procurement statement of work. That's not right. Correct.
That's not, yeah, there should be a statement of work we
Yeah.
went through, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. That's right. So let's see. In fact, okay. We will look
Yeah,
at
it should be the answer.
So your first one is the answer is C, and
And
the
then
second
second
one is
also,
also C, and the third one you are telling us A, is it? That's what you.
yeah,
Okay, let's look at
yeah.
it. That's right. Okay, 100% you scored. Great.
Okay,
You are passing the examination. Great. Okay.
sure.
So you're absolutely right because once signed, a contract is binding for both sides. Contracts typically state that either side can choose or to terminate the agreement by negotiating a settlement. So, however, if both sides agree to terminate the contract can move to closure. An illegal contract is not enforceable. So, once you meet your requirement, you know that seller has met his requirement of the buyer, the contract is complete. The answer C, again, the seller completes the work specified the procurement statement of work. That's the right answer. And again, this is the incorrect statement. For example, often the seller is required to inform the buyer or anything that is missing or unclear on the procurement documents. It is the buyer's best interest to discover missing terms since it will save the buyer money and trouble to correct the problem early. So procurement documents must include terms and conditions and selection criteria as well as the documentation of all the work that is to be done, which includes the procurement statement of work. This is so the seller can price the project and know what is most important to the buyer. So well-designed procurement documents can simply comparison of responses. This is an important point and is the best answer, in fact. Your selection of that is the right answer. Congratulations. Good. So,
Okay, thanks.
a few more questions. A project manager for the seller is told by her management that the project team should do whatever possible to be awarded as an incentive money. The primary objective of incentive clause is in a contract is to reduce cost for the buyer, help the seller control cost, synchronize objectives, or reduce the risk for seller by shifting the risk to the buyer. So what do you think is the right answer here? The primary objective of incentive clause in a contract is to
Okay.
either it's reduce the cost for the buyer, help the seller control costs, synchronize objectives, reduce the risk for the seller.
Help the seller control costs would be typically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the answer.
The A, is it? You are telling? Reduce the cost
Not
for the
a
buyer?
B.
Or help the seller control cost.
Yeah.
Okay, that could be the right answer. Okay, let's look at it. A routine audit of cost reimbursable contract determines that the overcharges are being made. If the contract does not specify the correct action, the buyer should. Again, this question, if you look at it, is a bit of code of ethics and all those things yesterday we discussed, and also the contract, in fact. Here, it determines that the overcharges are being made if the contract does not specify the corrective action. Then the buyer should continue to make project payments, hard payments until the problem is corrected, void the contract and start legal action, or change the contract to require more frequent audits. What do you think is the right answer?
Again, B, halt payments until the problem is corrected.
You feel so?
Yeah.
Contract determines that overcharges are being made. If the contract does not specify corrective action, that is the catch there actually. If the contract does not specify the corrective action, the buyer should continue to make project payments, hard payments until the problem is corrected. You feel B is the right answer?
If it doesn't specify what kind of action the buyer can take, then buyer can take any action typically the way is to halt payments until they correct the codes or charges until the seller change there. And if they do not cooperate for that and they stop supplying and that could cause problems, then you go to the legal action. Yeah, and changing the contract to require more audits. More audits not going to help because you already found some overcharging in already this audit.
So that is not
continuing to make project payments is not a good thing because they're going to continue to cheat. That and you know they're overcharging, or continuing to make project payments is losing money for your company. That's bad. And encouraging some fraud.
Okay.
So B, I think, is the most
correct answer.
suitable answer.
You can straight away rule out the C and D. So between A and B, you feel the B could be the right answer. And for the first one, you said what's the answer? B, help the seller contract. Okay, let's look at it. Okay.
Both B. Oh, that's wrong.
No,
no, this is the no.
Okay,
the answers are not there for these two questions.
Okay. C. No, it's there actually.
The last two is C and A.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, C and A. So incentives are meant to bring the objectives of the seller in line with those of the buyer. So both are working towards the same objective. In fact, synchronize. That is a synchronizing the objectives.
Okay.
So that's one of the reasons why you pay the incentive here. In fact, that means you have to reduce the cost or achieving the common objectives. In fact, synchronizing the objectives. And for the last one, I think it is A is the right answer because between A and B we were discussing continue to make projects payments, and your rationale is also to some extent is right. But the catch is here: if the contract does not specify corrective action, then you have the buyer has no control on that. You have to make the payments. In fact, if this clause is mentioned in the agreement, for example, you are overcharging, and if you come to know that is being overcharged, we can take some corrective actions. Either it could be a legal action or withholding the payments. Then the second answer will be right. Halt payments until the problem is corrected. But here in the contract, it is not mentioned there. Nothing is mentioned that here. No specific corrective action. Then the buyer has no choice of he has to make the payments. So that means the contract is poorly constructed. You are not taken into the interest of the buyer. In fact, am I right? This is an example of the contract has not been framed properly. Actually.
Yeah. So it didn't cover what happens if something goes wrong.
In fact, yeah.
What's the penalty or what's the exit clause?
Correct. Absolutely right. In most of the contracts is all mentioned because since buyer is framing the contract, am I right? Most of the time it is the principal organization who frames the contracts. In fact, and usually the seller will have sometimes because of the need of the business or anything they will agree. Again, it's like the terms and condition clause, am I right, on a lighter side, because we are in need of it, so we agree for that. Sometimes knowingly that what we are signing is not right, but still we sign it and agree for all. It's same way here also, I think, because it is poorly constructed agreement. Probably that clause has not been mentioned. That is the reason probably you have to continue to make the projects. There is no other goal.
Yeah, otherwise it's a breach of contract, like the answer said.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But otherwise,
so if the supplier can sue.
Yeah, if you halt the payment, the supplier can sue you. In fact, because nowhere you have agreed that that you will come and find some mistakes and you will stop it. It's not agreed like that. So it's again, this type of question. I'm happy that you are able to put a lot of thought process before selecting the answer. That's good actually. That's how it should be. And as mentioned, most of the answers, Mr. Thiru, two answers you can straight away rule out, and you will have two answers where you will have to which are close to each other. and you need to select the right answer, in fact. And that is the secret of passing the examination, I tell you, in fact.
Okay. All right. Sure. I will keep that in mind. That's the technique.
That kindly keep that point. And once again, the repetition, of course, I'm sorry for that, but the mathematical based questions, keep those formulas in your fingertips. You should be able to write. Now, yesterday, we also covered that n into n minus 1, that formula, and your quality and your 1718 formula of earned value management of CV, EV, CPI, SPI, your EAC, ETC, and TCPI, all those formulas. Start writing every day in a piece of paper so that you'll remember. On the day of examination, before you start writing the answering, first you can get a piece of paper and a pen, and you can also request for a calculator. Of course, you are used to computer, you can use that calculator. But if you want an external calculator, they will provide a calculator also for you. So that's very important from the examination. So write down this formula in front of you. The reason is that the 200 question, the 5th question could be a formula based, the 10th could be a formula based, or 15, because no, there is no way which question will come when. So if you have the formula in front of you, these concepts, even those 3 things, that for example, I told you about the magnitude, minus 25%, 75%, then close to the point that you have minus 5%, plus 10%. All those formulas, just keep it in front of you so that it's easy for you to answer those questions. And I want you to take less time in answering those questions. Within 10 seconds or 15 seconds, if you answer those questions correctly, the time which you save, that will help you to read this type of long questions sometimes. They will give you 3 to 4 sentences of a question. To read itself, you'll have to spend 15, 20 seconds or 25 seconds sometimes. And there will be 4 options. Again, to read those 4 options, again, it will take another 10, 15 seconds. So 40 to 50 seconds, it will go just like that. And you will be left with hardly 15, 20 seconds. Then what happens, your pressure starts that, within 20 seconds, you have to answer. Then what happens, when our mind gets disturbed or with little stress, we tend to make mistakes, actually. Am I right? So to avoid that, I think this is the best way of doing it.
Sure.
Okay, so that concludes actually the procurement management. So any questions on that? Is there any thoughts or any clarifications you require?
I just had to read one more time. Like I said, as you said, then I'll be able to remember, register it properly.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm sure you have already a fair amount of knowledge on all these things. So just to repeat, these various things, these 3 contracts, kindly remember. And the risk factor, you kindly remember the buyer risk and the seller risk on the fixed price contract and the cost-based contracts. These risks, kindly remember. And another important thing is some of these terminologies like request for information, request for proposal. There will be some twist and turn questions will be there, in fact, and at what context you will receive a request for proposal or request for information. So kindly remember these concepts. And letter of intent, terms, and of course, those questions may not come. This is one, make or buy decision, actually. This is another one important thing. Probably if you Google, you can get a lot of this type of examples. You can practice it and keep it also, in fact, make or buy decision. Another one is a common example is that, whether you want to buy a new car or you want to buy a old car. If you buy a new car, what are the chances of, for example, failure? What are the chances of success? What percentage? How you calculate that? In fact, those type of make or buy decision, where a decision tree. This all nothing called decision tree, where it's like a tree and you look at it and you take the right decision. It's like that. So that's about the procurement. At least you can expect 2 to 3 questions from this. It's very easy. Bidder conference, kindly remember, probably there might be a question on that. And claims administration and closure procurement. This is very important to remember that. What all are the elements in closure procurements? First of all, the claims administration, all these things, you need to remember it. And otherwise, it's a very straightforward knowledge area. That's right. So what we'll do is that it's already 9:40. We'll take about half an hour break now. Okay, yeah, that's
Mhm.
right. Then probably
Okay.
then we'll come back. Now it's 9:40. What time is yours now? There it's about
It's 11:11 here in
uh,
Central Time.
yeah, 11:11 as correct. Okay, so we'll meet at around 11:40, 11:45 from your time. Okay, that's
Sure. Yeah,
uh,
sure. 11:45 is fine.
yeah, it's fine. Okay, thanks, Thiru. We'll catch up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
sure. Yeah. Thanks.
So the last knowledge area in the here in the product the process groups is
Mm-hmm.
stakeholders management. I'm sure you're familiar. How do you define a stakeholder, Thiru, in your mechanical
Okay.
engineering
Yeah,
environment?
anyone is impacted by anyone who's impacted by the project is a stakeholder. Yep.
Stakeholder. Anyone gets affected or anyone gets impacted or it's affected also with the stakeholder impact. I give you
Okay.
the example yesterday of the birthday party. Even your neighbor house is also a
Yeah, and
stakeholder.
yeah.
Many times
Yep.
we don't take them into consideration, but if you don't take them into account, then probably the consequences can be very bad. In fact, am I right?
Yeah.
So it's like that.
Yeah.
So in the project management also, it's very important to identify the stakeholders right from the beginning itself. And it has to be a continuous process. In fact, it never stops. In fact, till the project gets over, new
Mm-hmm.
stakeholders will be coming. So you need to have a stakeholder register, keep updating that register. That's very important. Like, for example, the
Mm-hmm.
procurement, when you do the procurement, every vendor you add, every supplier you add will become a part of your stakeholder. So,
Mm-hmm.
so stakeholder, for the success of any project management, for the stakeholders management is very, very critical and important because unless you have the required support from all the stakeholders, making the project successful sometimes will become very, very tough. I'm sure you will agree with me on that aspect. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's a very important knowledge area. So let's look at it. What are the key elements here? So in the last digit mobile number is your 7664, 363, and 734. So if you look at it, the bottom, there are four
Mm-hmm.
processes are there in this. In fact,
Yeah.
identify the stakeholders, plan stakeholders management, then
Mm-hmm.
the other two knowledge area that stakeholders engagement, stakeholder managing, that's very, very important actually.
Okay.
One important thing to remember, another important is the identify the stakeholders comes under initiating process group. You see, there are
Mm-hmm.
two processes are there in the initiating. One is the develop project charter, very important
Mm-hmm.
one because the project charter is one which authorizes you to acquire required, get the required resources, and it authorizes to go
Mm-hmm.
ahead of the project. And
Mm-hmm.
identifying all the stakeholders also, it happens in the
Mm-hmm.
initiating process group because initially when you decide who are all the the key stakeholders for the project, and it has to be a
Mm-hmm.
continuous process. So these two processes are there in the initiating group, and your plan
Okay.
naturally comes under planning process group, and your managing comes under executive process group, and monitoring and control comes under the managing the stockholders. In fact, monitor the stakeholders. In fact, these are the four processes we have. Now let's look
Mm-hmm.
at some of the important inputs in identify stakeholder project charter, which gives you the broad level of the scope. But so project charter is one of the important input. The business documents, the project management plan is a comprehensive document which says that how to plan, how to execute, how to monitor and control the project, in fact, and
Mm-hmm.
how to close the project. So you have all the details here. The various project documents, the agreements is another important thing. We look at the enterprise
Mm-hmm.
and environmental factors and OPAs are some of the key inputs. The tools and techniques here are, of course, expert judgment, your subject matter experts, the data gathering, data analysis, data representation, how you represent the data, in what format it will be
Mm-hmm.
at the meetings, and what output you get is the stakeholder register. That means a complete comprehensive register of all the stakeholders, and the change request is another output. Do you maintain any stakeholder register in your projects, Thiru? No.
Typically the team group email grouped together.
Uh-huh.
That's So, like, there's an official project manager, right? Like I said, he
Okay.
maintains such registers and stuff. I
Oh.
haven't seen him share the screen or something like that with the stakeholders. But in the project kickoff or initialization stage, he has presented the people involved, in terms of business, and not in terms of who, to the bottom end of who gets affected, like the neighbor and stuff. So his list of stakeholders, what I've seen so far, is only the business people and the project people, engineers and test engineers and stuff.
Okay.
So practically, yeah, even after passing PMP, they don't necessarily include everything by the book.
Yeah. Okay. All right. In your present project, how many are the stakeholders? How many approximately for the project?
In one project, 7 to 8. In the other project, similar, 7 or 8. And then indirectly in another facility, another 5.
Okay.
Something like that. So nice. 13 in one, I would say 8 in the other.
Oh, okay.
And then the other 8 might grow again.
Grow again. Yeah. Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
For example, your government statutory body and regulatory, they're also stakeholders in any of your projects? No, they don't come.
Yeah, they haven't mentioned anything like that. There are regulations that there's a consortium of companies.
Consortium companies. Okay. Okay.
That is automatically governed in the standard. They do right standards, and that's American Petroleum Institute or something like that, institution or something like that.
Oh, okay.
They have consult. So every company puts money to develop standards, and then that becomes automatic, stakeholders in the form of standards.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's like that. Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, as in it depends upon the project size, the complexity, and the locations. So many factors are taken into consideration. But there will be always some internal stakeholders. There will be some external stakeholders. Some of the key are your sponsors. Those are all very important stakeholders, because ultimately you need to satisfy their requirement. So, so let's look at it. So a stakeholder, how do you define as an individual or a group or an organization who may affect or be affected or perceive itself to be affected by a decision or an activity or an outcome of a project, or it could be a program, or it could be a portfolio, in fact. So a key thing to remember is you may get affected or be affected or perceive itself to be affected. They are also called as stakeholders. So it is such a broad level of definition. So that means you need to really identify the right stakeholders that are important in the project. So a stakeholder can have a positive or a negative impact, in fact. Those who are positive, in fact, they can influence the project. At the same time, those who are criticizing the project, probably they may have a negative impact. They may create some negative impact. Therefore, engaging and involving the stakeholders in the project is to ensure the project success. So unless you take everybody into confidence, unless you have the total support of all the project stakeholders, then even if you have done a marvelous job, sometimes, then if some stakeholders are not happy, then probably the project, you may not call it as a successful. So it's very important that you take all the stakeholders along with them. You have to keep on engaging them. You have to keep on managing them. These are very, very important. So these are some of the examples. The project managers, your project team members, your senior management, sponsors are some of the important stakeholders. I think they're all internal stakeholders. Then your customers, end users, vendor, supplier, people affected the project's output, they are all your external stakeholders. And your competitors also a stakeholder. Your social groups, your government and political leadership, these are all some of your external stakeholders. And you have no control on your external stakeholders. Probably internal stakeholders, you may have some control sometimes, in fact, but external stakeholder definitely have no control on them. Am I right? You agree with me on that? Yes, right. Yeah. So this is
competitors become a stakeholder is a little bit misleading, isn't it?
Competitors. Yeah, because they can also impact your decision making. Am I right? The competitors, they may not get affected,
Okay.
but they can
Yeah.
make an impact on your decisions. In fact, isn't it?
Okay.
Competitors. Yeah. So
Okay.
in
In
that
that
aspect,
aspect, yeah.
yeah,
Sure.
in that aspect, in that
Yeah.
context, they're also your stakeholders. In fact, that's
Understand. Okay.
right. This is a very important grid. I want you to probably memorize this. This is because definitely you can expect a question on this. The power
Mm-hmm.
interest and the power influence and the power impact. This is how the classification of model of stakeholders. This will help you
Mm-hmm.
to who are the stakeholders who are very important in a project, whom you need to really take care of them, who are some
Okay.
stakeholders who have less importance, and how we can tackle them. What is the strategy for that? So basically there are
Okay.
three. Left side, if you see the power, the right side in the
Mm-hmm.
bottom is the interest, in the x-axis interest. And there are
Mm-hmm.
three things. One is the power interest, power influence, or influence impact. These are the three
Mm-hmm.
things. So here, first one we'll discuss about the power, and here is the
Mm-hmm.
interest. No, there are some
Mm-hmm.
stakeholders in your project environment who has got a very high power and very
Mm-hmm.
high interest. These
Okay.
these stakeholders, you need to manage them very, very closely. In fact, who has got both higher power and also
Mm-hmm.
high interest. They could be your sponsors, they could be your board
Mm-hmm.
of directors, they could be your
Mm-hmm.
senior management, and you need to
Mm-hmm.
you need to manage them very, very closely. This is the strategy for that. High power and
Okay.
high interest. There are some
Uh-huh. Good.
stakeholders who have got very high power, but they might
Mm-hmm.
be little not much interested. In fact, probably some of your board of directors or somebody, in fact, who may have high power, but they may have
Mm-hmm.
low interest. For them, you need to keep them satisfied always. In fact, that's very important. So those who got
Mm-hmm.
high power and high interest, you need to manage them closely. High power and
Mm-hmm.
low interest, you need to you keep them satisfied. There are some stakeholders who has got high interest but low power. They keep on they got very much interested in the project, but they don't have any powers for that in sanctioning funds or in sanctioning all those things. You keep them
Mm-hmm.
informed because they have got high interest on the project. In fact, there are some
Okay.
stakeholders who have got low interest and low power. You have to just monitor them. You cannot ignore them because we don't know. Tomorrow, suddenly they may take more interest or they may get high power. So you need to
Mm-hmm.
monitor them, in fact. So this is the grid,
Yeah.
which is applies even for, this is for power and interest. The same thing applies for power and influence also. Those who got high power and high influence, you need to manage them closely. High power and low influence, you need to, for example, keep them satisfied. Those who got high
Mm-hmm.
interest, high influence, and low power, you have to just keep them informed. Those who got low
Mm-hmm.
influence and low power, you need to monitor them actually. So these are three important grids. We got high power, high interest, power influence, or the power influence impact. This is the strategy you must have for that. Do you agree with me on this, Mr.
Sure. Yeah.
This is very important. Have you given any time, any thought on this time when you are handling certain projects or you are part of any projects, right? This ideas came?
Not in this grid form.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a high power interest, high power, low interest guy that when the issue raised, I included in the solution I
Okay.
proposed in the
Uh-huh.
email, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And a proposal. So immediately he was able to use his power to assign some other specialist group to continue my work. So
Uh-huh.
that indirectly I did the same thing.
Oh, okay.
So actual customer, I did
Uh-huh.
manage closely, walking with them, showing what we are doing and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So but we're not directly supposed to email or directly contact unless they
Mr.
visit us here.
1 second. I just want to take 1 second. I don't know. Hello,
So,
Sean? Yeah, Sean, I'm in the session. No, I'm in the session. I'm talking to Thiru. We are on the line. Yeah. Yeah, we are always, we are already on the line. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. You're telling something?
Yeah.
Please. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was Sean thinking? Is the meeting not recording or something? Maybe.
No, no, no.
Uh,
No, he had some internet connection, it seems. So he was not able to see us on the line. So he was wondering whether he got
oh, so
connected.
he's checking in between, or he's always there or
He's
something.
always there, in fact. Okay. Sometime, that. So he also went when we took a break. He went for dinner, I think, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Why does he have to stay in the repeated trainings like this? He's
Uh,
a marketing guy, right?
I think so. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Right. Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. I wouldn't be sitting if I were a marketing guy or
No,
something like that.
probably,
For
yeah.
this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Probably they'll be on the line also, just see that everything goes well. Fine. So
Okay.
you're telling about the stakeholders. That's right. One more example, can you give?
Yeah. The actual customer is on the right most corner in this chart, right?
Uh-huh.
For example,
Uh-huh.
customer project is the product sponsor. So we cannot directly email them left and right, obviously. So it will cause a panic.
Uh-huh.
But customer's visit is scheduled. That time we manage them closely. Everybody telling what positive things we are doing for the product and stuff.
Oh, it's like
so
that.
there wasn't. So yeah, I gave an example of what that high power person is.
Yeah.
I had to inform him at the right time, otherwise he is not in the email thread of anything other than when the issues arise, and then solutions have to be provided.
Okay, that's
them satisfied.
I would request
but we don't think it in the good way, but we just use judgment to when not to disturb, when not to alert. Yeah, who would panic if we send some wrong email or some problem. So it's based on experience and judgment and guidelines from project manager office saying you guys can stop here and then we'll forward it to someone else and they will interact with the customer.
I see.
Something like that.
Something like that. Okay, that's right. Yeah. But in the large projects, it's important that, you have this grid so that that, whom to be managed well, whom you have to manage very closely. Obviously, it will be a sponsor or the owner and your customer probably, who has got both the high power and high interest. Because the customer one can always reject or anything they can do, so they got a high power, and naturally your sponsor, naturally he's the one who is funding the project, so he has got high power and high interest. So you need to plot them in these four things. Who are all the stakeholders who have got high power and high interest? Who are the stakeholders who got high power and high influence in the project? And who are got the stakeholders who got power and the influence or the impact grid? So that will help you to manage your stakeholders or engage with the stakeholders. What I would request you is make this grid and practice it 3 to 4 times, so that there will be definitely a question on this. The high power, high interest stakeholders, what is the strategy? Or if you got low interest and low power, what you will do with them? Or you got high interest and low power, what they will do? So with the different combinations, they will ask you. And if you know the concept very clearly, I'm sure you'll be able to answer it in 5 to 10 seconds, this question. So I would request you just write down at least 5 to 6 times, put these blocks, and one with your power interest and one with power and influence and another with influence impact grid. You make it and practice it 3, 4 times. I'm sure you'll be able to answer the question very clearly. Okay. So, is it clear now, Thiru? Anything?
Yeah, sure.
It's good. Great.
Yeah.
So, there's one more model, the silence model. It describes the classes of stakeholders based on there are certain stakeholders who got a very high power, ability to impose, and also need for immediate attention. They also look at, for example, your sponsor could be who needs immediate attention, and they got appropriateness of their involvement. That means they got a legitimacy also on that because of they're funding the project, because the customer could be the one who has appropriateness of their involvement. So there is another model, the power urgency legitimacy is basically ability to impose the need for immediate attention and the appropriateness of the involvement. There is another set of another classification of model of stakeholder analysis. So these two are very important, and as I told you that you can expect at least one question out of these two. So very easy, straightforward. If you can practice it, and that's what they also mentioned here. Practice creating a power grid for business scenario to understand the level of engagement a project manager needs to maintain with various stakeholders. In fact, I hope these two are clear.
Sure.
Okay. Now, there are some, if you analyze, if you have make a matrix of the assessment of stakeholders, so stakeholders engagement assessment matrix helps in visualizing the current and the desired state of stakeholders involved in a project. You see, there are some stakeholders who are unaware in the beginning. Stakeholder is not aware of the projects and the impact. And there are some stakeholders who are resistant. They are resistant and they're aware of the impact and is resistant to change. They don't accept. Just like that, they always try to put some spokes. They always try to put some brake. So they are resistant. There are some neutral stakeholders. He is aware of the project, but is neither supportive or nor resistant, in fact. And there are some stakeholders who are very supportive. Probably it could be your promoters, your sponsors, your team members. They're all your supportive. In fact, stakeholder is aware of the project and is supportive of change. And there are some stakeholders who are leading. Stakeholder is aware of the project and is actively engaged to ensure the project success. Like that, for example, your sponsor, your team member, your other important thing, they all wants to lead the project. Project manager himself is a leading stakeholder. In fact, in this, they are always supportive and leading. So you need to make a list like this. Suppose in the major projects, who are all unaware, and there is every possibility that in the beginning they are unaware, they will move to resistant, and after resistant, if you manage them well, they become neutral. And once they become neutral, when you get further engagement, you can make them supportive, and you can also part of a leading. In fact, this is how the stakeholders or the assessment matrix goes. And you need to plot in the beginning that who are all the stakeholders comes under which different status here. In fact, I think probably it's the grid. Anytime I don't think you would have made you have seen such assessment matrix because that's normally done by others.
No.
No. It's okay. Probably for you.
Yeah. Not all, nobody really is. There's a PMP manager there, but so nobody takes everything. Actually, this company has taken excerpts of this PMI and implemented only certain documents. They would like to, otherwise it would be just a waste of a lot of time to manage. I mean, a lot of time.
Okay. But in the large projects, in the complex products where hundreds of people are involved, it's always better to have.
I haven't seen that kind of project here so far in my life.
Yeah, okay.
I haven't seen with any clients so far. So they're all small companies, small projects.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
small projects, big companies, but small projects, not like L&T Construction or GE.
Okay. That's right.
Not large industrial projects.
Okay. So it's important, particularly probably you would have operated in a single place and all the stakeholders, you'll be meeting them every day. I'm right. All such possibilities are there. Then probably you don't require to make a list and all those things. But if they are placed in different places, if they are far off like remote control and all those things, I think it's better to have an engagement matrix like this. Correct? You agree with me? That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the stakeholders management is both of an art and a science also. That's what they say. That means you should be exceptionally good in management skills. You should have good leadership. And these are all some of the art, but it's also a science, in fact, how you manage them, how you engage them. That's also, so it's a combination of both the art and science. It involves dealing with people, and as people are inherently unpredictable, there is no one size fits all. Each stakeholders will have different expectation. Each stakeholders will have a different ego levels. Each stakeholders, I'm right, you agree with me. In fact, it's not that the same strategy, you can use it to manage all the stakeholders. It has to be tailor-made according to the requirement, according to their expectation, according to their the ego thing. So you need to manage them. In fact, that's the stakeholder management skills. So we talk about here, how do you manage them? is basically the interpersonal skills and the managerial skills. We discussed at length in the beginning also the interpersonal skills. The project manager must possess the following interpersonal skills. Building trust, this is important. And as, for example, your promoters, they should have tremendous confidence on the project manager, am I right? Then only they will provide you the required resources. If the trust is not built with the stakeholders, then what happens is that they will not support you in all aspects. So that's very important. So building trust, it has to be a consistent one, and you have to create that confidence with the stakeholders. Resolving conflicts, yesterday we discussed at length, resolving conflicts, because when two human beings are there, definitely there is bound to be some conflicts, in fact. So one person says, other person need not accept, because the diversity, the thinking of differently, the educational level, the ego level. So there will be a lot of conflicts can happen in the project, but the project manager who is really good, who is very effective, who is very efficient, can resolve those conflicts, in fact. I hope you remember the strategies which we discussed yesterday, resolving conflicts like confrontation or collaborative, direct or force. Those things I think you remember, in fact. You also gave a lot of examples on accommodative and compromising, those things. Of course, it's all, again, situation based and the need based on the team members, seniority, all those things you need to keep in mind. But at the same time, the best way of resolving conflicts is always by confronting or direct or force not by force, in fact, by making them understanding. That's very important. And the conflicts arises because that also we discussed yesterday. It could be because of priorities of schedules, scarce resources. It could be the working styles, and these are all the various reasons why the conflicts can happen. Active listening, that also we discussed. As a project manager, you must be really good in listening. Active listening is not only just understanding or listening to them. It should also understand the meaning behind it when they try to convey certain message. That's very, very important. In what context they're talking, and so you must be really good in understanding what they're trying to convey. A project manager should have that quality. Then overcoming resistance to change. You know that in any project environment, there will be people who are always, if some change wants to happen, they will resist them, right? Nobody will accept just like that. In fact, suppose if there are 8 people are working on a project initiative, suppose you say that from tomorrow onwards, only 7 people is sufficient, because of, even though you give the valid reasons for that, but still, once they're used to 8 people working, they will say that one resource is withdrawn. Immediately, there will be a lot of resistance. How can you expect me to do, sir, all the 8 people's jobs, 7 people, am I right? So it's very important that such resistance, you should be able to convince the team members. You should be able to take the team along with you to achieve the project success. So these are all some of the overcoming the resistance to change. All these things are very interpersonal skills. What are the managerial skills here we talk about? The project manager has to use the following managerial skills. One, they facilitate consensus, because you are working with the team members. So you should always, facilitate the consensus among the team members. That's very important. Again, it is your managerial skill, how you convince them with your subject matter expertise or your expert power. How you will be able to do that is facilitate the consensus. Influencing the people, again, it's a question of your knowledge on the project management or the skill what you have, the information you provide to your team members, and with all these things, you'll be able to influence your team members or the stakeholders. Negotiate agreements, we discussed at length in the procurement management also. Negotiate agreement has to be a win-win situation. That's one important thing to remember. And you should be always transparent. You should not hide facts. So these are all some of the negotiating agreements which has to be mutually agreed. These are the negotiation techniques. They modify the organization behavior. Sometimes, when you take up certain projects, if an organization is going in a particular way, because of that project, which you are undertaken, it's also important to change the required the behavioral aspects of some people towards that project. So that's also important. Just to give an example of, let's say that you are working in multi-countries projects. So, for example, as yesterday I was giving an example that there are some projects that are going in Gulf countries. The Friday is a working day, for example. Friday is a holiday for them, whereas Sunday they work. Now, suppose you want to get some feedback from them on fact, you obviously cannot get on Friday from Gulf or Dubai, but Sunday your people are not working. Let's say you are based in India. You say that your team member will come and say, no, Sunday I'm off. In fact, I'm not working. But looking into if the project requires, you need to change that behavior. In fact, in the interest of the organization, in the interest of the project, you have to go over the board and convince them to take that information on a Sunday also. That's what is also one example of modifying the organization behavior. That means modifying your team members' behavior according to the requirement. You see, as a project manager, I'm sure you will not look at the time, day or time. I'm right. Will you look at 20? You will be working all the 24/7 for the project success, isn't it? I'm right, Mr. Thiru, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
But whereas some junior members, probably they may have some resistance. Boss, just because you are working, how do you expect me to work also on a Sunday? They might ask, in fact. Am I right? It's a very common thing nowadays, in fact.
Yeah.
Particularly, I think in US culture, for example, Friday afternoon itself, they will take it easy. And some of them, we cannot generalize it. But Saturday and Sunday, some of them are not available even on mobile number. You cannot even reach them. Am I right? But if a project emergency is there, if the project requirement is there that you have to meet certain deadlines, sometimes you need to change that behavioral aspect also. So these all comes under as a managerial skill, in fact. So interpersonal skills and managerial skills are very, very important, in fact, to manage the stakeholders. I hope these are all bit soft skills. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to convey. How it's clear.
Yeah, sure.
That's right. Great. So every project has stakeholders who are impacted or can impact the project in a positive or a negative way. This is the broad definition of a project stakeholders. Every project has stakeholders who are impacted by or can
impact.
Yeah. Or can impact the project in a positive way or in a negative way. If they're not.
This is the right answer for that question then.
Yeah.
What's the project stakeholder definition?
Absolutely. Right. This is the right question. Every project has stakeholders who are impacted by or can impact the project in a positive or negative way. For example, when you saw that this one here, let's say unaware and resistant, probably the resistant stakeholders can have a negative impact also on the project. Correct? Negative way. Whereas you are supporting and you are leading stakeholders or even neutral stakeholders can have a positive impact on the project's impact. So this is very important. So how do your managerial skill, that how you convert them, those who are making a negative impact into a positive impact to make the project success, that depends upon your interpersonal skills and your managerial skills. Correct? Okay, got it?
Yeah. Sure.
So identification of stakeholder is the process of identifying the project stakeholder regularly and analyzing and documenting the relevant information regarding their interests, their involvement, interdependencies, influence, and potential impact on the project success. That means you need to put all your stakeholders into this grid, actually, here. Who has got high power, high interest, high power, low interest, and all these things you need to put them in this. And also in the next chart of like this. Who are all your unaware stakeholders, who are resistant, who are neutral, supportive, and leading? This grid and this assessment matrix will help you to plan your strategy for stakeholders management. So the first process is the identify stakeholders. As I told you, that identification of stakeholders comes under the initiating process group. That's very, very important to remember also, because there might be a question. Usually there will be some question. Identification of stakeholders falls into which process group? Because most of all other things will come under planning, the first process. But here the identification of stakeholders will come under the initiating process. Yeah, that's very important.
Okay.
Developing the project charter and identification of the stakeholders are the two processes which comes under initial process group or initiating process.
Project initiation.
Yeah, project initiation. That is the first thing, in fact, in the project process group, initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and control and closing. So the first process group is the initiating, which will have two processes. One is the develop project charter, another is the identification of stakeholders. Because this is done in the beginning itself, am I right? That's why it's coming in the initiating process group. So the inputs of the project charter, which I've explained to you several times, I hope you'll remember that, because again, one question can come about project charter is, who authorizes the project charter? That's very important, and that question may come. If the options are given, like, senior management, board of, for example, team member, senior manager, sponsor, customer, probably if they give you 4 options, if the senior management option is not there, you should always select the sponsor or the owner, in fact, because they are the one who authorizes. But if senior management option is given, then you should select senior management. So just kindly remember that. Again, is a tricky question, but easy to answer. But only thing is you need to remember that. That's so the project business documents, business case, benefits management plan, which we discussed. Again, now for repetition, business management plan is your NPV, your internal rate of return, your payback period, all those things will come under benefits management plan. Then your project management plan is a comprehensive document. It says that how you are going to execute, how you are going to monitor and control, and how you are to close the project. It will also have the communication management plan, basically because the stakeholders, it's very obvious as you are meeting or as you are handling the stakeholders. So the communication is the most important. So communication management plan is also an important input. As I told you that 90% of the time a project manager spends on communicating with the various stakeholders. So that kindly do remember, because again, there might be a question on that. How much time a project manager spends on communicating with the stakeholders? So they will give you 4 options, 30%, 60%, 75%, and 90%. So the answer should be the 90%.
90%.
Yeah. So communication management plan, then the stakeholders engagement plan, which we'll discuss now, how you are going to engage the stakeholders. And various project documents like change log, issue log, requirements documentation, and the agreements, which we discussed in detail in the previous procurement thing. Then enterprise environmental factors and organization processes. These are all some of the inputs. So what are the tools and techniques we talk about here? The data gathering, questionnaires and surveys. In fact, you know the difference between the questionnaires and surveys, Ms. Thiru? Can you give some example on what is questionnaire and what is survey?
Survey question literally has some questions. They need answer, they have the right answer to it.
Okay.
Survey would be more of a choice questionnaire. They would take, you would prefer this or that or something like that. That collects their interests and choices. Questionnaire is basically answering something that would not be in our list of options.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay. So it's basically a questionnaire is nothing but a written questions. You write and you type and give the questions for that. They are supposed to answer that. Am I right? You're right. Surveys is it's a more of a taking the opinion. In fact, am I right? The feedback, the opinion. That is a part of surveys. So the questionnaire has to be a written. Surveys sometimes even a oral survey you can do. You can get the feedback or you can get the opinion, which is right, which is wrong, like that. They all become the part of your surveys. The brainstorming, of course, very familiar that, very important stakeholders or the team members, you sit and brainstorm the ideas. In fact, that's one technique you have. Then the data analysis, stakeholders analysis, which we discussed, is unaware, aware of it, neutral, supportive, and that's how you put the stakeholders analysis. The document analysis, in fact, the various documents you have, in fact, you analyze those documents. Stakeholders mapping and representation, which we discussed just now. In fact, how do you map the stakeholders? If they got high power, high interest, and low power, low interest, and all those things, you do that. Then the meetings, and what you get out of this is this stakeholders engagement plan. This is the output you get from the plan stakeholders engagement. I hope all this. Sorry, one second. These stakeholders mapping and representation, which you discussed, these concepts are clear, Mr. Thiru. I hope there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Okay, and what output here you get is the change request, project management plan updates you get, then you get a requirements management plan, the communication management plan, risk management plan, and the stakeholders engagement plan. And you will also get the output of project documents updates and assumptions log and issue log and the risk register. These are all some of the outputs you get. So what important output you get is the stakeholder register in this process. In fact, this is very, very important. In fact, that means you will get a comprehensive list of all the stakeholders, which needs to be keep updating during the process. In fact, I hope it's clear. Okay. This is a stakeholder register, for example, just an example of that. The project name here is the project infrastructure upgrade. The project phase, this is why it's mentioned here is, in planning stage, you may have certain stakeholders. In execution stage, you may have certain stakeholders. In monitoring and controlling, probably you may have another set of stakeholders. Because during monitoring and control, you may have a quality team also will become your part of your stakeholders. So you need to include them. So this is very important. And at each process group, you will have a set of stakeholders. In fact, they might be added or they might be deleted. So the stakeholders register is a continuous one. In fact, it needs to be keep updating. So here, name of the stakeholders, for example, you mentioned role, department, role in the project. So type of stakeholders, type of communication, and the expectation. So here, for example, Robert Abraham is the project director. Project info system is the department. Role in the project, he's a customer or the project manager. John Jenkins, what is his role? You will mention here. The Mike Murphy, for example, is a VP COO, and he's a chairman. He's the role in the project, in fact. Then, like this, this type of stakeholders, and each stakeholders, what type of communication you need to give. For example, here, this chairman being a chairman, probably you have to go and meet him one-to-one, and you need to talk to them. Then you can have to send a presentation. Probably here, for the services, internal management, project manager, probably you have to just inform you, sending an email. Their expectation also has to be clearly documented here, in fact, so that according to their expectation, you will be providing the required communication. This is a sample of a stakeholder. Though I know that in most of the projects, the internal projects, you may not have a very comprehensive register like this, but in a large projects, it's ideal to have a register. So it's easy to manage. Where hundreds of stakeholders are there, how will you remember that what to send, to whom to send, what to send? If you have a document like this, or if you have a plan like this, I'm sure it will be easy to follow that. Am I right? Or you can put your your junior members to take care of these things as per your advice. They can send you the communication for some of the project managers. It's like that. Okay. So the plan stakeholders engagement is once you identify the stakeholders, you have to plan the stakeholders engagement. So plan the stakeholder engagement is the process of developing the approaches to involve project stakeholders based on the needs, expectation, interest, and potential impact of the project. This is what I told you. For example, yesterday I was giving an example. Your sponsor, what all information you need to provide, how the project is going, whether the cost is under control, whether the schedule is as per the schedule we are doing, whether it's meeting all the quality requirements, whether all the resources are utilized effectively. All this information, your sponsor or the owner of the project might be interested. There are some stakeholders, like, for example, the financial head. Yesterday, I gave the example. He may not be interested in all information. What he is interested is, he has given you certain budget. Whether are you meeting the project, or you as per the budget, is it above the budget or is it below the budget? That's all the information he needs. Your human resources manager, for example, what information he needs, whether he has provided you 10 resources, whether are you utilizing all these resources properly, or they underworked or overworked. Am I right? So depending upon the stakeholders' expectation and needs, you plan, you engage the stakeholders. In fact, some of the junior members of your team, you need not provide all the information to them. You have to just tell them how the, for example, what is the activity given to that team, whether are they performing. That information could be enough for some of the junior team members. Whereas the functional heads, where the departmental heads, where customers probably wants to know whether it is going as per the plan, whether the quality, are you meeting as per the requirement. This is what your customer expects as from the project manager. So you had to plan according to their needs, expectations, interest, and potential impact on the project. This is very, very important. So the second thing, after identifying the stakeholders, you need to plan the stakeholders' engagement. So how do you plan it here? These are all the common inputs: the project charter, project management plan, your resource management plan, your communication management plan, assumptions log, change log, the issue log. I hope I explained to you very clearly what is change log, what is issue log. Change log, as I told you, that whether the changes are accepted or rejected, all the changes request you received has to be put it in the change log. That's very important. The issue logs is nothing but the various phases. Will have different problems, different issues. All the issues that you come across has to be documented in the issue log. Then you got project schedule, the risk register, the stakeholders register, the output of the previous process, the identification of stakeholders. The output is the stakeholders register, which becomes an input in the planning the stakeholders engagement. And the various agreements you have with your vendors, your suppliers, all those things has to be part of the the planning the stakeholders engagement. And the other two common enterprise and organization process assets are the inputs here. So what are the tools and techniques here we talk about? The expert judgment, data gathering, the benchmarking, the data analysis, assumptions and constraints analysis. This is also very important. You have to keep on assume. For example, various assumptions you have, what are the constraints you have. Root cause analysis, which we discussed in length in quality. In fact, that's also, if a problem is happening, you should know that what could be the reason for that. You need to analyze the root cause. You have to make that. That will help you to take the corrective measures or they take the decisions. Then your decision making, prioritization and ranking. That means based on the issues that which one has to be handled first. Even the stakeholders, who are the most important stakeholders. For example, your owners or your sponsor of the project, they have to be handled well. So the data representation, mind mapping, stakeholders, mind mapping, I hope you are clear. We discussed in detail about that. The stakeholders engagement assessment matrix, which we just saw in the previous earlier slides. And what we get output is the stakeholders engagement plan. So after identification, it's important to plan the stakeholders engagement. So this is the flow that I request you to remember, in fact, in this process. Any questions, Thiru, so far?
Oh, that's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. Correct. Okay, good. So this is the stakeholders engagement plan. For example, this is again a sample of that. Again, you can change it according to your project requirement, according to not necessarily you should follow. Just an example. Here, for example, a program issue, proposed activity date, stakeholders, organization, group or individual, potential role in the activity, then engagement strategy, how will you engage the stakeholders in this activity, then follow-up strategy, plans for feedback or continued involvement. This looks like a mega project, where the government, political, commercial, NGO and other civil society, international NGOs, these are all, they are all the stakeholders. All of them looks like, all external stakeholders, in fact. And,
yeah, that's what I noticed.
Yeah, it's probably, in fact, a big project, in fact, and you have a potential role in their activity. Then engagement strategy, how will you engage the government strategy, the political leaders or the commercial, the NGOs, other civil society, international NGOs, and what strategy you will have, and what follow-up strategy, plans for feedback or the continued involvement. This is one stakeholders engagement plan, in fact. So engagement, for example, here, you call them for a meeting once in a while, take them for lunch or dinner, and you communicate with them. I'm sure all these things. Political, probably giving some funds or all those things you can do. The NGOs, for example, involved in some social projects, other civil society, international NGOs. This is one example of a stakeholders engagement plan, which again, I told you that you can customize it according to your requirement. These are all the templates available once you become the member. You can download it with free of cost, then you can do the customizing according to your projects. So a stakeholders engagement plan is a stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, supports the comparison between the current engagement levels of stakeholders and the desired engagement levels. For example, these are all the current level, unaware of the project and potential impact, the resistant, aware of the project. I know this is what we discussed. So you map them according to these things. But at the same time, all unaware stakeholders, sometimes they will become resistant. Afterwards, they're resistant, they'll move to the neutral. Once they become neutral, then probably with your constant engaging, you can make them supportive. And probably some of them also start leading the projects, in fact. So this is how the stakeholders engagement plan moves forward. Any questions on this? I think it's again straightforward thing. I'm sure.
Yeah.
But what's important is you need to have this type of documents in the projects. That's very, very important. I know that it's a lot of paperwork, but at the same time, you need to have this amount of paper documents for supporting your the decisions you take and managing them. That will help you in a large project. Can I go forward?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. So after that, once you plan the stakeholder, you have to manage the stakeholders engagement. So how will you manage stakeholders engagement is the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs and expectation, address issues, and foster appropriate stakeholders involvement. This is also very, very important. That's how you manage the stakeholders engagement with a constant communication, working with stakeholders to meet their needs and expectation, address the issues, and foster appropriate stakeholders involvement. This is the strategy. So what are the inputs here we talk about? Basically, the stakeholders engagement plan is one of the important input that you get, which was the output from the previous process. Then change management plan, the project documents, change log, issue log, lessons learned register, stakeholders register. These are all some of the common inputs. Then you have enterprises, environmental factors, and OPA. Again, here, how you manage? Basically, that means you are dealing with the stakeholders. So you need to have a good communication skill. That's very, very important. How you engage them, how you manage them. The feedback. Yesterday, I discussed you something about the feedback. I hope remember what type of feedback we should give always. Can you recollect that?
Okay.
Feedback technique.
Feedback technique on. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
When you are, for example, with your team members or a stakeholder, what should be the technique for giving a feedback? What factors you have to keep in mind when you give a feedback?
Oh, okay. What factors? Let's try to recollect.
Feedback, normally, it has to be always a positive thing. In fact, whenever you give a feedback, it has to have a positive thing. Second thing, it should be based on issues, not on the people based, in fact.
Oh, okay. And not on the people. Now I remember that. Okay.
Yeah. So that's very, very important, in fact. And when you give a feedback, you should not give, for example, an agreed solution that, you should not say that whatever you are giving, you are right. It's not like that. In fact. And you have to state the facts. That's very important, actually. And feedback has to be always positive. There should not be any sarcastic tone in that. You should not criticize somebody when you're giving a feedback. These are all some important aspects when you give a feedback. Then you talk about the interpersonal team skills, the conflict management. Again, of course, I'm sure it's getting repeated, but it's very important when you manage your stakeholders, interpersonal team skills, the conflict management, cultural awareness, particularly when you are working in a diversified environment, different people, different races, different culture, people are working in an organization, in a project. So you need to have that cultural awareness. That's also very important. Then observation and conversation. I hope you are familiar with that observation and conversation. That means if some team members are discussing something or some stakeholders are discussing something, sometimes, you need to observe what they're talking, what, that's also very important so that, you can understand certain things. Then political awareness. Yesterday we discussed about the political awareness. It could be your internal or it could be your external also, that awareness you should have. Which stakeholders, for example, because I'm sure in any projects there will be a lot of politics, am I right? You agree with me?
Okay. Yeah.
I think there will be a lot of politics in. So you should know that what type of what is happening. In fact, that's also very important. Ground rules. Yesterday we discussed about it. Can you give some example on ground rules?
Ground rules is basically setting up certain rules that nobody should violate. Basically, in our place, in most of the places, they say you have to attend this weekly meeting, no exception, something like that. Those are the type of ground rules, and you have to be in that Jimba session or something, unless you're out of the office.
Okay.
So that's the kind of basic established. Nobody escapes or nobody changes that.
Absolutely. Like you're right. And some more thing like, for example, your meeting should have an agenda. Then the
something like that. And then this company particularly has a rule of when you start a meeting, you have to say something about safety of anything, something like that.
Oh, very good. I see.
Before you start any meeting,
Safety.
Job safety related topic, how to become more safer, something like that.
Oh, I see. That means a sort of a risk strategy. In fact, am I right? It's like that. If something goes wrong, what all precautions you should take? Am I right? All those things are discussed there.
It's basically trying to avoid, accidents and stuff. Trying to grow the culture of safety.
Oh, very good. Okay.
That's been a ground rule.
Uh-huh.
Same thing with I told you about cars. We only park backwards here in this company.
Oh, okay.
You cannot go forward. That's one of the safety ground rule. And then you cannot walk and hold the phone and talk or text or something. You have to stand in one place and do it.
Oh, that's
something
great.
like that.
Oh.
So these 2 or 3 are related to their safety, but I think it's ground rules for the safety and ground rules for the meeting. Project is that meeting attendance and meeting, the session update, Jamba session update. And stuff.
Oh, good. And
something like that. So everybody has something like different. It could be technical aspects also in some projects, depending on company.
Okay, that's great. Okay, and the minutes of these meetings you circulate to whom all normally? It's all of course.
Yeah, not in all once, but there's usually somebody. If I'm presenting, someone else will take notes. Someone else is presenting. I'll take notes and then circulate it later.
It's like that. Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
And you have a weekly meetings, is it, or the bi-weekly meeting?
Yeah, weekly. One depends on the product. If it's the initial stage, slow start, or just ramping up, it's bi-weekly. And then if it's active, very active, full time, higher priority, that's weekly.
Okay.
Maybe even twice a week.
Something
like that.
Oh, something like that. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. And the meetings, of course, we discussed, and the change request, project management plan, your communication management plan, your stakeholders engagement plan. These are all some of the outputs. What it gets updated again, the change log, because of the various changes can happen, and the issue log, you keep on updating that. And the two important outputs, your lessons learned registers, because each stakeholders, when you deal with them, there are many lessons can be learned. And so that has to be documented, and the stakeholder register has to get updated. This is important because you keep on adding some stakeholders and you keep on deleting some stakeholders sometimes, in fact. So this is how the stakeholders output. So the interpersonal and team skills, just to, of course, it could be a repetition, but just quickly look at it. Interpersonal and team skills that can be used for this process include, but not all limited, the conflict management. The project manager should ensure that the conflicts are resolved in a timely manner, and we discuss the various techniques for that. The cultural awareness is used to help the project manager and team communicate effectively by considering the cultural differences and the requirements of the stakeholders. Uh, uh, Probably, in fact, even in the multi-location projects, yesterday I gave the example of in Dubai, the holiday is Friday, for example. So you cannot take a phone and disturb them on a Friday, they may not like it. Like in US, if you disturb on a Sunday, they may not like it. So all these awareness, when you are handling multicultural or multi-areas projects, multi-countries projects, you need to be aware of it. In fact. Negotiation is again, it has to be a win-win, a support agreement that supports the work of the project and the outcomes to resolve conflicts within the team or with other stakeholders. Then observation conversation is used to stay in touch with the work and attitudes of the project member and other stakeholders. You keep observing, you call like that. Then the political awareness is achieved through understanding the power relationship within around the project. These are all some of the important interpersonal and team skills. So after the final process is the monitor and the stakeholders engagement. So how do you monitor stakeholders engagement? Is the process of monitoring the project stakeholder relationship and tailoring the strategy. In fact, when you're monitoring, is nothing but each stakeholders requires a different strategy, and you need to tailor it according to the stakeholders engagement through modification of engagement strategy and plans. So what are the common inputs here? Again, we talk about the stakeholders engagement plan, your project documents, your lessons learned register, which is the output of the previous process. Then the project communication, stakeholders register, work performance data. Again, I'm repeating that under all the monitoring and control, the work performance data is one of the important input, and the output is you get a work performance information, in fact, once you do this process. So what are the tools and technique? Alternative analysis, you look at it. You look at the root cause analysis, which we discussed in the quality knowledge area. The stakeholders analysis, which we just discussed a few minutes back, unaware, aware, all those are the metrics, high power, in fact, low interest, high interest, low power, all those things, you look at it. Then the decision making, some techniques like multi-criteria decision. You are familiar with the multi-criteria decision analysis, Mr. Thiru? Multi-criteria.
Oh, it's a weighted, weighted analysis. Yeah.
Absolutely right. It's a weighted analysis.
Weighted average.
Yeah, weighted
average.
Correct. Okay, Sampa. For any of your stakeholders, have you done that analysis any time?
I have done that myself one time. Yeah, a weighted average for one project.
Very good.
That's yeah.
Can
performance.
Can you just elaborate on that? How you did? What approach you did?
So you put some weightage to what the customer would want. Really, at that point it was a LED bulb. I think the price was pretty high. So the price was given more than 60% weightage, and then next is the power consumption, around 20% weightage.
Okay.
And something like that. Another 10% for rebates. Some people send coupon to National Grid or something, and so that kind of feature weightage, and then to determine what we should make for next consumer bulb. That I did one project, something like that.
Okay, good. Shelf life, probably the life of the bulb also could be one criteria, probably, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. That was also there. I think that point in a different point of time, it was earlier point of time, it was life that gets higher weightage. And once we proved that LED bulbs were, 22,000 hours, sort of 2,000 hours, then that came below. It became a normal in the following projects. It's been 7 years in that company, for example. The starting weight is completely different than by the time I ended. So that became the life became the normal. Price was still high, and they were.
Okay.
And then we went back, for example, and cut back the light again to cut the cost.
I see.
Something like that.
Okay. So you got different variables, and you worked on that. Correct? That's how.
Yes.
Okay.
More qualitative than quantitative, but it's based on what you see in the market, reviews, and complaints in the website, and what the marketing and sales people feel. All of that collective. When everybody's talking about price, okay, then the price is the current abstraction for people's mind. Something like that. So something like that. Multi-criteria, different type of stuff.
Oh, good, great. Okay. So the voting is another one in while making a decision that you got 10 people, for example, one idea or one thing has to be done. So sometimes you take the voting, the majority, and then probably you take that as a decision making. In fact. Then data representation, the stakeholders engagement assessment matrix, which we just discussed. How the data is compiled for the various stakeholders and put them in that particular spots. Then communication skills, the feedback techniques, which we just discussed, it has to be always positive. It has to be on the issue based, not on the people based. Some of those techniques. The presentations, of course, in the various forms of presentation that you can have a PowerPoint presentation. You can put the facts, in fact, in a different ways. It could be interpersonal and team skills, like, for example, active listening, which we discussed, the cultural awareness, your leadership, your networking abilities. That's also very important. How you get along with people, how you make friends, how you that. Then the political awareness, the meetings, all small things. Then the important output from the work performance data, you have the work performance information. This is one of the important output here. The change request, the project management plan, and all these updates will happen. Resource communication, then stakeholders engagement, and documents, issue log, lessons list, register, risk register, and the stakeholders. So when you go through the revision, just quickly go through some of the inputs and the outputs. That's very important because sometimes...
Do they ask a lot of questions? Do they have a lot of questions? What inputs will go and...
Not
what
all.
Will be the output?
No, not all. In fact, as I told you, there will be more than 130 tools and techniques. There are 49 processes, and each of 49 processes will have about 8 to 10 of inputs and about 15 to sometimes 10 to 12 of outputs. So you cannot remember all the 500 outputs. You cannot remember all the 500 inputs also. But certain important, for example, the work performance data in the monitoring and control is an input. What output will have? Sometimes these type of questions can come. In fact, what is the output you get in this process? What is the output you get? So some of these is important. Not all the regular things. Then you cannot by heart all these things. You can remember all the 500 outputs is impossible.
No, that's why I'm asking.
No, it's not. It's not possible, and it's not required also. But once you know the flow of it, then it will be easy. For example, for you to answer that question. That's why I keep on harping on. Try to have the flow of that. The plan communication. For example, here the first process is identify the stakeholders. After identifying, you plan the stakeholders. Once you plan, you manage the stakeholders. After managing, you monitor the stakeholders. This is how the flow. So if you read 3-4 times, I'm sure you should be able to get a grasp of that. That's important. That's right. And the tools and techniques, of course, again, there will not be direct question which tools you will be using. It's not like that. But for example, in the cost estimating tools like analogous, parametric, or 3-pointing, in fact, so they will give a case scenario and which tools and technique you will be using it. Or they will say that what do you mean by analogous estimating? It's something like that. So if you, I think tools and techniques, there should not be any problem for you to answer those questions. Outputs, if you remember some of the flows, in fact, then you should be able to answer that question. Probably if you practice 3-4 times and once you do about 5 to 6 of mock test, you will get a hang of that. That's
Sure.
right. This also, for example, work performance data here in stakeholders engagement. There are observation and measurements defined during activities being performed to carry out the project work. This includes of a change request or a defects in the technical performance measure, the actual cost or the actual schedule. And you get that performance data, it will become information. And when you process that information, it will become a report which you need to send a formal report, the physical and electronic representation of work performance information completed in project documents and status reports. What are the performance report? For example, status reports. It could be recommendation, it could be memos, it could be justification. These are all the form of your report system that you communicate to various stakeholders, in fact.
Okay.
So the work performance data here, the contains data on project status, such as which stakeholders are supportive of the project and the higher level of type of engagement. That could be a data that you process, and that will become an information. The status of stakeholders engagement, such as level of current project support and compared to the desired level, the engagement as defined in the stakeholders engagement, stakeholders cube, or the other tool, in fact. So each of these work performance data in different processes will have a different context or a different meaning to that. So this is an example. In stakeholders management, the data could be high level of engagement or the low level of engagement is a data. And that data you are converting into information, includes information about the status of the data. And that will become a report. Suppose, the so-and-so stakeholder is, for example, in the form of report, you'll be sending to some sponsors or your owners that so-and-so stakeholder is at present is supportive or a leader like that, that becomes a part of report. The change request, explain corrective and preventive actions to improve the correct level of stakeholders engagement. So that is about the change request. So the key inputs or the key points here in stakeholders management is individual, group, or organization who may affect or be affected or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of a project. They are all called stakeholders. And another one is who gets impacted or who is affected by the project is also called stakeholders. So the different stakeholder classification models are power interest, power influence, and influence impact, grit, and silence model. I hope I want you to memorize this because definitely you can expect one question on the classification of stakeholders and the power influence and the silence model. So kindly do remember that. I hope silence
model. I have to, okay. I have to remember that. Yep.
Just a silence model is now those who have got power, those who have got, for example, just take it so that the need for immediate attention and the appropriateness of the involvement, legitimacy, in fact. So power, urgency, and legitimacy is the silence model. Just kindly remember that. The power is the ability to impose their will. Urgency is that always they will be looking for the information and the immediate action. That is the urgency. Legitimacy is appropriateness of their involvement. That means legitimately they were involved, in fact. So that is the, for example, as a sponsor, as a owner of the project, in fact, he is appropriateness of their involvement. That is the legitimacy of their involvement. The customer, for example, because he wants the results, customer, you have to meet the customer's requirement, that probably he be a silence stakeholders that appropriate of their involvement in terms of as a customer. So this is one thing kindly to remember.
Sure.
So we are here. The classification models and the power impact, influence impact, grids and silence model. Then stakeholders assessment matrix helps in visualizing the current and desired level. That's what we discussed. Unaware, resistant, neutral, and after neutral, they will become your cooperative, then supportive, then a leader like that. These are all the 5 different levels. You kindly do remember. Then project managers
Sure.
need to demonstrate certain interpersonal manager skills, which we just discussed. It's also very important. And the 4 project stakeholders management process, or you identify the stakeholders, which comes under initiating process group. Then plan stakeholders comes under planning group. Manage stakeholders comes under execution, and monitor and control will come monitoring and control process group. So these are the some of the key points. At least you can expect 2 questions on these stakeholders engagement. So just kindly remember,
Sure.
very straightforward, very simple. If you go through 2-3 times, you'll remember. Only thing is practice that grid. That's very important. 5-6 times if you practice it, you put power interest, power influence, impact influence. Power is always in the y-axis, in fact, and the x-axis, you will have the interest, you will have
Interest.
like that. Then you put that high power, high interest. You have to manage them closely. High power and low interest, for example, you have to keep them informed like that. All that, yeah. Kindly practice it 4-5 times so that you will remember. Is very important actually. Low power and low interest, you have to just keep them in monitor, keep them informed. Is the your high interest and low power, and here the another grid which I was just telling that. So just to be unsure, monitor them. If I've got the low power and low interest, and high interest and low power, keep them informed. These are the 4 things, just kindly remember. Just, okay. Any questions on this so far? It's fine.
No.
Okay, great. Now I think we'll get into your favorite questions and answers. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, I'm starting to fail on this. The last one I failed both, right? 1% fail.
No,
okay, 2 questions.
It happens in the right? Okay. The key objective of a stakeholder management is communication, coordination, satisfaction, and relationships. What is the key objective of stakeholders management?
Sorry, generic.
Yeah, it's a bit generic, but give a wild guess. Let's see. Okay.
Stakeholders should be communicated.
Stakeholders management.
Okay. I would say just communication for now. It's all.
Coordination, satisfaction, relationships. There are 4 options.
Satisfaction, yeah. Stakeholder satisfaction is important too, because if it include customers as well. So,
so probably we'll go ahead with C. Let's see. Okay. Then
sure. Okay.
You'll see.
Yeah. C is fine.
As project manager.
C from here.
Yeah. Let's look at it. Okay, no problem. I think it's no. I know that it's a bit tricky and it's a bit generic also, because all the 2 are. All the 2 C and D are both very close to each other. So let's see which one is the right one. As project manager, we are unable to allocate as much time as you would like to interact with your stakeholders. So which of the following stakeholders will you make it priority to get to know? The stakeholders who is an expert and the product of the project, but is not interested in implementing in its department. This manager of the department will be used the project who is known to be resistant to change. The department employee who is unfamiliar with the product of the project, but open to the positive impacts he believes the project will have on his work environment. A lot of confusion in the answers, but let's see.
Yeah, also only 3 answers, not 4 at least.
Because 3 itself is difficult to digest. So as a project manager, you are unable to allocate as much time as you would like to interact with your stakeholder. So which of the following stakeholder will you make it priority to get know? Because of the paucity of time, which the stakeholders you will give a lot of importance.
I would say A.
A, in fact, but is not interested in implementing its part. Okay, let's see. A stakeholders. Okay.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, okay. A stakeholder's belief about or a mental picture of the future is a requirement, a heuristic, expectation, or a constraint. A stakeholder's belief about a mental picture of the future. A stakeholder's belief about or a mental picture of the future is a requirement or the heuristic or the expectation or a constraint. What do you think? Again, a bit tricky.
Yeah, it's getting wordy. Word playing with the words.
Words.
I don't know what heuristic means. Heuristic, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
What's the meaning of that? Any idea?
Heuristic. Let me also check. Okay. It is a heuristic is basically enabling a person to discover or learn something for themselves, something new. He's trying to learn something for themselves. That is a heuristic voice, actually.
Belief about future.
Yeah. Learning something by themselves, taking initiative is a heuristic. Mental picture of the future. I think you had to just make a guess and see. Let's see.
Is some expectation?
Okay.
Yeah.
Expectation. Okay. Let's look at it. Okay. So the first one you said C, and the second one you said A. Am I right? A and
yeah.
You are absolutely. The second one happens to be B, actually. The first one is right. Satisfaction. You are absolutely right. Your analysis is correct. Here, the second one is as a department manager, this person is a key stakeholder and wields a lot of influence over the other stakeholders in the department. The fact that she is resistant to change indicates she will need some personal reassurance from the project manager, or she may exert her influence to derail the project. So that's one of the reasons. The second one, the manager of the department that will use the project who is known to be resistant to change. So that's where, these are important stakeholders that as a project manager, you have to deal with him on a priority basis. Otherwise, the effect of it will be that he may, for example, derail the project because he's resistant to change. That's the rationale. And here, the last one is, of course, again, C. It is expectation, not heuristic. I think you answered it right, correct? No, expectation.
Yeah,
absolutely right. You got it right. In fact, that's good. 75%. That very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you take time and think about it, then eventually you'll filter out closer to the real answer.
You will get the right answer. The problem is that your clock will be ticking in front of you.
Problem,
That is that 240 minutes, in front of you, that clock will be ticking, and every 10 seconds passes, your BPI, your pressure will go up, in fact.
Blood pressure will go high.
Yeah. So at that time, what happens, we become blind sometimes, am I right? We cannot think when you are under a lot of stress sometimes. And that's where we tend to make mistakes. So that's important. Is
it a good strategy to answer easy questions and come back to the good ones later?
You can do like that also. You can, for example, you can hold that questions. There is a pause or something like that will be there. You can, it's marked in red, and you can always come back to those questions once you complete all your answers. You can do that also. That possibility is there. So wherever you get time, wherever you find that, you are spending too much of time, then immediately move on to the next question. Keep it hold, but only thing is you need to ensure before you close it, you had to answer those questions. That's important. Otherwise, what happens, you will lose the marks. Non-attempting, that's also, that's it. Yeah, that's important. Okay.
Yeah, I happened to, even in 12th grade math exam, I was wasting time, and then didn't have time to answer the questions I knew the answers to.
Yeah.
So that happened. So the large theoretical question where you have to write a lot, like, paragraph questions, that I should have done later. answering all the quick one-line, two-line questions. You know
Lines,
that
yeah,
mark one for each or two for each,
correct,
and
correct.
then five for each, right? So
Uh-huh.
I should have done all the one and two first, and then start
Yeah,
the
yeah,
five.
correct, correct. Yeah,
So,
that's
so
right.
so
Mm.
that should be done like
Yeah,
that, I
absolutely.
guess.
Keep that factor in mind. Yeah. So if you think that there is some confusion, move on to the next question, but you mark it so that you can revisit this question. That's effective.
Sure.
Few more questions. The degree to which a particular stakeholder may be able to positively or negatively affect a project is there. Level of engagement, level of interest, level of commitment, and level of influence. I think this will be an easy one for you. A degree to
Okay.
a particular.
Degree to which a particular stakeholder. Okay. Uh, so the influence and interest chart we saw, right? B and D.
Okay.
So both can influence
And impact. That's right. Okay.
the level of okay.
Positively or negatively affect a project is the level of
Degree to
interest,
which
level of
okay.
commitment, or level of influence.
I mean, if you don't have interest, you want to engage, and then if you don't engage, you won't
Yeah.
be able to influence
Yeah.
anything.
Uh-huh.
It's actually another tricky question. These are
Tricky
all
question.
like,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
And
you
B
thought
and
it was easy, but
yeah,
it's
B
not
and D are very
that
close
easy.
to each other also. Probably yes, that's right. Uh,
Uh, degree, which particular?
this is how they confuse you in the examination.
Yeah,
Okay.
uh, I would say level of um, commitment. Let's try that. I'm
Level of
just taking a wild guess.
commit
Commitment.
positively or okay.
Commitment.
Let's see. Okay, in an effort to identify stakeholders who may be affected by your project, you are looking over the organization structure of your client's company. As you identify stakeholders in the organizational chart, you request meetings with each stakeholders. You will document the information you will learn about each stakeholders in the stakeholders register. This register can then be used as an input to which of the following process. Stakeholders register. The plan risk management and
Okay.
collect requirement, perform integrated change control and plan communication management, plan quality management and manage quality, identify risk and develop project chart. Uh,
Plan B, I think, would
Performance
fit this.
okay. A project manager on a multinational website implementation project is at a party and talks to friends who will be heavy users of this new website. When the project is complete and the site is rolled out, they describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourages design and scope changes. Which of the following best describes what the project manager has done? Is it scope validation, or is it integrated change control, or stakeholders analysis, or the scope planning? This should be a straightforward, I think. A project manager on a multinational website implementation project is at a
Yeah.
party and talks to his friends who will be heavy users of the new website. When the project is complete and the site is rolled out, they describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourages design and scope changes. Which of the following is the best? Is it scope validation, or is stakeholders analysis, or the scope planning?
I think he's doing scope validating.
Well, scope validation? Okay, good. Let's see, in fact.
Yeah.
Three.
Planning was done already, unless it's a replanning.
Replanning. Okay. That's right. Okay.
The second time around. Right.
Let's see.
It's getting trickier at the end of
Yeah. So the first answer, I think you answered the third one correctly. Planning, in fact. Okay. The first one is the D, the level of influence, in fact. It is not the commitment, it is the level of influence. Each stakeholder level of influence may be based on status with the organization, seniority, and other factors. The level of influence each stakeholder should be identified and managed throughout the project, in fact. The second one is the questions that plan risk management and collect requirement is the identify the stakeholders, one of the input, in fact. You plan the risk management.
I didn't connect the stakeholder register versus risk management. I thought it would be more communication, plan communication management, right?
Yeah.
If you know the people, the stakeholders, then you would start planning, communicating with them along that line.
Okay.
But
probably a slight, that's right. And the third one, you're right, actually. It's you said actually scope validation. Am I right? It's a stakeholders analysis.
Stakeholder
analysis is basically the project manager takes the feedback to the sponsor and encourages the design and scope changes. So which of the following best describe the project manager has done? Because here you talk about the party and talks to friends who will be heavy users of the new website when the project is complete and this site is rolled out. So that means you are making stakeholders analysis here. In fact, they describe some annoying aspects of the current website. So that's the one. So this how sometimes the tricky questions they ask. In fact, like that. So that's where if you do the mark about 4 to 5 times, these type of questions would have come. In fact, then you will be able to answer it correctly. That's what. That's right.
Okay.
So the next one is the agile concept. We'll take about 10 minutes break. Just want to have nature call. That's it.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
You don't mind 10 minutes or 15 minutes?
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll just come. We'll take 15 minutes and I'll come back.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Are you back? Yeah. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that we completed all the knowledge areas. As I told you, there are 9 knowledge area with and followed by the integration, because you need to integrate all these processes, all the knowledge areas. So we have completed all the 10 knowledge areas. Now the 14th lesson is the agile concepts. You said you are familiar with all the agile concepts, right? The basic thing.
Not all. To a certain extent, yeah. Well, it's an iterative process of dialing back the requirements, doing one round of development activities, and coming back again. Refining it.
Absolutely right. In fact, just to a little bit brief about the agile. You see how this agile manifesto came up. I think you must be familiar with those things. In February 2001, basically agile concepts are used in the software. Basically, it's used software industry. In February 2001, some of the thought leaders in the software industry met in a place called Snowbird Ski Resort. Have you heard of that name? Snowbird Ski Resort in US?
No. No. Where is this? There are a lot of ski resorts.
Yeah. There's a called a Snowbird Ski Resort. I'm also not sure exactly the place, in fact, but that's the place they met, where 17 participants of different lightweight software development methodologies, like, for example, XP, Scrum, DSDM, programmatic programming, all those, they all met there. One of the reasons why they met is they wanted to find out a need for an alternative to documentation driven heavyweight software and development process. So they wanted something light, and the result was the Agile Manifesto. So that's why the requirements and the solutions evolved through in the Agile Manifesto. All these requirements and solutions evolved through collaborative effort, self-organizing, and cross-functional teams will be involved to make this Agile concept. That was the very brief about the Agile concept. Now, one of the other thing, probably they looked into that. What are the common project challenges? If you look at the challenges for all the project areas, for example, many times the cost overruns and the late delivery. I think that's a very common problem most of the project faces, am I right? Your cost goes here and the delivery schedules are not maintained. The second could be sometimes the inferiority quality, the quality aspects. The third one could be inadequate return on investment when the project completed. Then mistrust between business and information tech IT departments. There will be always clashes and the mistrust. And the predicting the future and make estimating based on the intangible or unknowns. Many times, that's how you do that. Then you try to replace human interaction with a detailed documentation. You give a lot of importance for the paperwork. You give a lot of importance for the documentation over the importance of the human being's contribution on the project. And requirements are well defined and will never change. That is the assumption that most of the time we'll have. That means our scope is very clear. It will not change. These are all some of the project challenges we face. So what we can do about it? Probably they must have given a thought about it. They improve the lines of communication. You cultivate the team over individuals because the teamwork is more important than one single individual doing that. You encourage parallel and concurrent effort and eliminate unnecessary documentation. You eliminate the reviews, the approvals, the handoffs, all those things you do. So you wanted to make a decision based on the available information, that is the iterative which you are just mentioning, and review decisions, adjust, adopt to new information and situations, and inspect and adopt to improve the process and address and mitigate the risk early in the project. These are all some of the key concepts, they thought that, the agile mindset or agile basics thing that you want to keep. So we look at the macro level. I'm not going in detail about all the agile concepts, but what is very relevant from the project management perspective, we just look at at the macro level. Otherwise, doing agile program itself will take 2 days, I think. In fact, if we want to cover all the concepts and all those things, but we'll just try to look at the macro level. Okay. So the Agile Manifesto at the mindset, in fact, there are 4 important values there in the Agile mindset. One is the thought leaders, as I was mentioning, the software industry formalized an Agile movement way back in 2001 with the publication of the manifesto for Agile software development. So they were uncovering better ways of developing a software by doing it and helping others to do through this work. It's come as a value. So there are 4 important values that we need to remember. The first one is the individuals and interactions over processes and tools. That means you are giving more importance for the individuals and interactions here rather than the processes and tools. The second one is working software or comprehensive documentation. That means you give less importance for your documentation, but your working software that you have to give. But the third one is the customer collaboration or contract negotiation. You would have negotiated a lot of things, but that doesn't make any sense. And if you do not have the customer collaboration in every stage. The fourth one is responding to change over following a plan. In fact, that means you're not talking about a predictive. The following a plan is always a predictive life cycle, but responding to change will become an iterative process. In fact. So these are all the 4 important values this Agile Manifesto has been laid, in fact. So that's why there is value the items on the right, we value the items on the left more, in fact. So these 4, individual and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change, have got more value in the Agile mindset. So what are the principles? There are 12 principles are there in Agile mindset. Let's look at that. These are all the 12 principles or the concepts. One is the 4 values we looked at. What are the 12 principles? Quickly go through. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Welcoming changing requirement even late in the development, agile processes harness a change for customer competitive advantage. That means you give a lot of importance for the competitor's advantage rather than looking at the whole thing and welcoming the change even at a later stage. In fact, that's very, very important. Deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, with a preference to shorter time scale. That's a very, very important principle in the Agile. The business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. This is also very important. Business people is your sponsor and who actually develop the software have to work together. Builds projects around motivated individuals, given them the environment and support they need. The sixth one is the most efficient and effective method of conveying information and within a developing team to face. Seventh one is very important. Working software is the primary measure of progress. That's the key thing in fact. Working software is the primary measure of progress. And the 10th one is also important. Simplicity is the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. The amount of work not done, simplicity, that is the art of maximizing. And the 12th one, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective than times and adjust the behavior accordingly. So those that are marked as the red ones are very, very important principles in the agile mindset. It's just an understanding, of course, it's not necessarily that you have to memorize it and all those things, but these are the some key principles. So the 4 values and these 12 principles is the foundation for the agile mindset, or the agile is based on these things. So the agile concepts, I'm sure you must be very familiar, the Scrum, the extreme programming, Lean, Kanban, Crystal, DSDM, RUP, and FTD. Just to quickly, probably some of the definition, you must be knowing all these things, but just to recapture, I can tell you that Scrum is nothing but is a flexible way of working rapidly in the rapidly changing environment. And in fact, that's what the Scrum is. Extreme programming is actually intended to improve the software quality. And 4 things you look at it, the extreme one is the lightweight. You look at the humanization and the discipline and the software developing. These are the 4 important pillars of the extreme programming. Lean, of course, that it is basically eliminate and reduce the non-value and added, the increased customer satisfaction. That is the lean always. You take out all unwanted paperwork and also you remove that. That is the lean. Kanban, I'm sure you are familiar, Mr. Hiru, that Kanban is...
Yeah, I used that one time, Kanban diagram, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically... it's used in the schedule system. In fact, the inventory management, just in-time concept. That's how the Kanban, particularly used in the supply chain management. The Kanban, in fact, just in-time concept. You need to remember that, so that will reduce a lot of unwanted inventory and the cost and all those things, in fact. So it improves the manufacturing efficiency in the Kanban. RUP is basically known as a Rational Unified Process. That stands for RUP, Rational Unified Process. It is again another method of development of software. Again, it will have 4 phases. One is the analysis and the implementation, testing, development, and inception. These are the 4 it has got. And the Crystal is basically focuses on more on people and interactions while working rather than on the process. That is the Crystal concept. DSDM stands for Dynamic System Development Method. That is another the concept of Agile. And FDD stands for Future Driven Development. Again, it's a short iteration model increment. These are all the various types of Agile concepts, which is used in the present environment. So, as I was telling you, there are 4 values, 12 principles, and practices, which we just looked at, in fact. So, this is the Agile mindset. Agile mindset is 4 values, 12 principles, and practices. So, let's look at it. For example, here, in the degree of change and the frequency of deliver, these are all the, for example, you have got 4 cycles, like predictive, iterative, incremental, and agile. These are the 4 methods. If you look at the predictive, the degree of change in predictive is very, very low. You can see here, in fact, because the degree of change is your scope is very clear. So degree of change is very limited. And in the iterative, the degree of change is always high, in fact. This is very important in the iterative process. And the frequency of delivery in the incremental is very high. And the agile is also high. This is very, very important to know. So the degree of change is low in predictive, it's very high in iterative, and the frequency of delivery is also high in incremental and high in agile concept. This is the continuum. This is the agile mindset. Here is the, for example, different life cycles. One is the predictive life cycle. Is the requirement is fixed. The activities are performed once for the entire project. That means your delivery is done, once at the end of the project. It's a single delivery. It manages cost. That's the most important thing, because your scope is very clear in the beginning. So you try to manage the cost, in fact. In the iterative, it's a dynamic requirement. It is repeated until it's corrected, because you get the feedback. If there are any things, you correct it and again implement. So that's what you keep doing it. It is also a single delivery, but correctness of the solution, because you are getting a regular feedback, you make the corrections. That is the ultimate goal. In the increment, again, it's dynamic, but it's performed once for given increment. So you will have a frequency of smaller deliveries here, in fact, incremental. Let's say in home project, Mr. Thiru, you know that they say that you deliver one bedroom, for example, then you make the corrections if required, then you do for another room, like that. The frequency of similar, that after completing this, you will go to the next one, like that. Then probably the goal is the speed. You want to do it at a speed. Then the approach here, the agile concept, it's a dynamic. It is repeated until it's corrected. It's almost like iterative activity. The frequent, again, is the small deliverables, and the customer value via frequent deliverables and feedback. This is the agile mindset. That means you do some activity, get the feedback, make the required corrections, and you deliver it. So it's important to note that all projects have these project characteristics. No project is completely devoid of consideration around requirements, delivery, change, and goals. A project inherent characteristics determine which the life cycle is best for the project. That means, again, as a project manager, you need to tailor, you need to make adjustment that whether you would like to follow predictive, or you want to have an iterative, or an incremental, or an agile, in fact. But these are all the different characteristics that you can do it. So here is the dynamic system development method, which is DSDM, which I was talking to you. It's basically is an agile project delivery framework, which initially designed to add more rigor to the existing iterative methods. And it developed in 1990s. It was developed as a non-commercial collaboration among the industry leaders. What's important here, if you look at the approach, the traditional approach here is your time and cost are fixed, whereas the features are evolving, but the quality is in the center. So here in the DSM-DM approach, what happens is the functionality will become your basic, and your cost and time can vary. In fact, it can change. So that is the DSM-DM approach. In fact, the traditional approach here, this is fixed. Your time is fixed and your cost is fixed, whereas your feature probably you make corrections. But here, your functionality is fixed, but your cost and time is the quality and time at the outset, and then formalize the prioritization of scope, meet the constraints as shown in this tree. In fact, this is the change between here. This is fixed, whereas here it is variable. Here, in fact, the functionality becomes variable. I think that is one of the major difference between a traditional approach and the DSM-DM approach. I'm sure you are familiar with the product backlog. Product backlog is nothing but it contains the user stories. Then you will have the release backlogs, in fact, and then the iteration of backlog. In fact, this is iteration planning that you keep doing about that. I'm sure you must be familiar about these things. In fact, product backlog, basically, again, it is all the work needs to be done. That's what you keep on putting, that all the work needs to be done here. And all these things, then the release planning, once that is done, you start up. Then iterative planning is event in all team members, alternative, in fact, and how much of each team backlog they can commit. That's what you keep looking at, and you start releasing the plans, in fact. Then this is the releasing planning meeting. In fact, you will have the release planning meeting, sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, sprint 4, 7. It's all the durations, in fact, how long it will take, and you have a meeting with the team members, you look at it. Then this is the product backlog. For example, products is stories, create account, book reservation, print report, login, search. These are all the user stories. Then the sprint backlog you will have some daily scrum. That means you need to do it within 24 hours. Then there are scrum that you have to do in 2 weeks. That's called sprint. Then potentially shippable product increment is what you look at and deliver it. These are all some of the concepts of the agile. So if you look at it, for example, what is the user story? User story is like a syntax. That's how it. Then as a manager, I want to collect feedback and that I can deliver the performance of a report. This is the user story that used in the agile concept. And these are the usual the user story that is mentioned here in the, for example, in the product backlog. It will have the stories like this, or the user stories here, in fact, one by one like that. Then you start working that and sprint log. In fact, there could be another example. For example, as a website visitor, in fact, I want to subscribe the main menu so that I know I can get a product in detail. That could be another user story, and you start working towards that. There could be another user story like that. I request, for example, user, I want to change my password so that as a, for example, as a registrar, I want to change my password, and so that I can get this security for my web or whatever it is, in fact. So these are all some of the user stories in agile. They use it. Here is again just a planning horizon to develop the product backlog is all mentioned here, the product roadmap, and the sprint, which I was just talking to you about. The release plan prioritize set of features, functionality by certain dates, requires several iterations. Then the iteration and sprint plan, the features delivered as a user stories and to be developed in the iteration estimated in the story prints. These are all some of the daily plan and other things they look at it. And so this is all the basic about, very brief about agile planning. Again, I said it's a very vast subject and you are already familiar with some of the concepts. But it's basically you need to remember which life cycle that you would like to adopt, whether it's a predictive life cycle or it is iterative or incremental or agile. Based again, it's only tailor-made. All approaches you cannot have for all the projects and all the life cycles, but based on the requirement, it can be hybrid also sometimes. It can be a combination of predictive and incremental, or predictive and agile. That's again depending upon the project size and the complexity, you can make use of that. This is about a very brief about the agile concepts.
Sure.
I'm sure with your thing, you should be able to get it.
No, I'm not a software developer guy, so let's try.
No, absolutely right. In fact, even in mechanical engineering. So what is required only you need to use that. That's important actually. Right.
Sure. Yeah.
So that completes the actually agile. Then I want to quickly go back to the other one. Let me change the slide in the presentation. Just one second. Escape. Of course, this is the PMP list of knowledge and skills, which I was talking to you. And some of the questions I have sent from this list only. So probably we'll try to visit some of these things for understanding. Of course, I've explained, you know very well, Mr. Thiru, the difference between knowledge and skill. Am I right? Knowledge is more of a book build, where the skill is how you apply that knowledge in a particular environment or in a particular context. Or I gave some examples like aircraft landing, the same pilot, for example, that is a skill required. Even the mother's food, when she cooks, in fact, it tastes much better compared to others. Again, it's a matter of skill. But knowledge and skill are very, very important actually. So let's quickly go through. Probably you can answer some of these things. It could be a repetition of what we already discussed. And you have already done some, your Google friend also must have helped you by this time, and also your experience and I think that. So let's start. The elements of project charter, I think it's very, very familiar. The project charter is one that's signed by the sponsor, and it authorizes you to go ahead with the project, and it authorizes to get the required resources. These are all some of the key elements of the project charter. Am I right? We discussed that in fact. Can you recollect the estimation tools and techniques by any chance?
Okay. Those are the analogous.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, parametric and
Parametric, 3-point
three
estimate, and
point.
bottom-up estimating. These are all some of the estimation tools and techniques. Great, Sipadi. You remember
So,
that. Very good, in fact. The
okay.
cost management planning and project budgeting tools. Cost management,
Okay.
project budgeting tools. Can you remember some of those things?
Forgot. It's another 4 or 5 like that.
Yeah. For example, the historical information review, the funding limit reconciliation, the financing and cost aggression. These are all some of the budgeting tools and techniques which we discussed in the cost management planning.
Okay.
Communication planning, of course, you are very familiar, which we discussed. All those planning, I'm sure, very simple and straightforward. Even human resource planning that estimate the requirements of the projects, how you estimate. In the communication planning, you take care of the stakeholders analysis, plan communication, that's what you do. Quality management planning and all the planning, of course, that's a simple, straightforward. So I won't skip that. You can always look into that. Scope deconstruction, you remember the tools and techniques, scope deconstruction?
Yeah, the work breakdown structure, right?
Yeah, absolutely right. The decomposition technique, that's the most important thing. You need to remember that decomposition technique, that's very important. Scope management planning and the time management planning is including schedule tools and techniques. I'm sure you are very familiar with those things. Workflow diagram, also there is a process chart, the flow chart and all those things. The continuous improvement process, of course, we discussed in quality, like, plan, do, check, act, PDCA. You remember that. That's a continuous improvement process. Then elements of statement of work, we discussed today, the various the elements of statement of work. Probably it will have all the required. It can have the cost, it can have the schedule requirement, it can have the quality requirement, all those, some of the, and your payment terms and conditions. All those things will be part of the elements of statement of work. Okay, that is clear. No problem. Then let's look at the project budgeting tools and techniques. Again, of course, it could be repetition, budgeting tools. How do you budget? How do you do things, in fact?
Yeah, this is where I got confused on the I didn't. Is that the same as
same thing?
the
like
3-point and budget bottom up and
absolutely right. Different name. It's the same budget tools and techniques. You look at quality standard.
Okay.
I'm sure that's very, very important. Quality standard tools.
Okay, I have to. Cannot imagine. No, I have to read everything one more time. Sorry. Give me one example. Maybe I'll add other ones.
Yeah, control chart.
Oh, the seven tools. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So that's four charts and 2 diagrams and stuff. The histogram and flow chart, checklist, check sheet or worksheet.
Checklist or the tally sheets, in fact, you talk about. Yeah, that's right.
And
histograms,
the Monte Carlo diagram.
No, the Pareto charts 80-20 thing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the scatter diagrams, the root cause analysis, or the Ishikawa or the fishbone analysis. Those are the things that you need to remember. In fact. And another thing on the continuous quality improvement, the another important thing you need to remember is the Kaizen, in fact. That is the improvement based on the smaller many changes rather than the changes, radical changes. You need to remember that continuous improvement process. That means, small improvements cost less compared to the major process changes, in fact. So that is the continuous, that's the Kaizen concept. You keep on continuously keep improving on that. Apart from the PD, there is another quality concept, the Kaizen, continuous improvement process. Also, we need to remember that. In the time management, for example, here, just to add one more important thing, in the time management here, it's important to you remember that the fast tracking, the crashing, the what if scenario, the Monte Carlo analysis, all those things are very important to remember these. the scheduling tools and techniques. In fact, kindly to remember that fast tracking
Sure.
is working parallelly, and
Yeah,
crashing is
high risk method. Yeah,
uh,
fast tracking was high risk, and then
yeah. You put more.
reallocation was the optimal one.
Absolutely right. And put more resources is the crashing. In fact, that is another technique that is improved. Continuous improvement process, I explained you that it's more of a Kaizen. In fact, you make the small incremental changes rather than looking at the radical changes. In fact, and
Mhm.
the elements of statement of work, actually already expired. So some of the elements of statement of work will also have the project objectives like project scope, is a major delivery deliverables and the timeline consumption, the cost, the location of work, and the payment, cost, terms, deadlines. All those things will be part of the elements of statement of work, which we discussed. And I
Mhm.
discussed with you about the quality of the standard tools. Then performance measurement tracking techniques like EV, earned value management, CPM. You remember CPM, critical path method?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The
Absolutely.
longest duration in the
Short.
shortest path.
It's the longest path and the shortest duration. That's important.
Oh, okay, longest. Okay,
Yeah,
longest
it's the longest
path.
path and the shortest duration. That is the critical path. In fact. Okay.
Okay.
Then you remember the EV, PV, CPM, PERT, and earned value management, critical path method we
Yeah.
discussed. The PERT, of course, the formula you remember. Optimistic 4 times most likely, pessimistic divided by 6. That is the PERT formula.
Okay.
Of course, the trend analysis, you are familiar with that. Earned value
Mhm.
is your total budget multiplied by the percentage of work done. I hope you remember that. Earned value is the total work
Mhm.
budget multiplied by the percentage of work done, EV. And the PV, of
Sure.
course, is the budget amount through the current reporting period. Suppose you mentioned yours is 7 months is the project. It has taken $1 million. At the end of let us say 6 months, you are supposed to spend the 6 months, 3.5 or $500,000. That is your planned
Mhm.
value for that. Okay. So I hope you remember.
Okay.
Actual cost, of course, the
Yeah.
actual money you have spent is a very straightforward.
Yeah.
And
I'll go through this formula one more time. Yeah.
yeah, probably if you go through, I'm sure you should be able to recollect all those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the project control limits like tolerance threshold, which we discussed, each project, depending upon the capability, the tolerance level and the threshold level, they will be having that. Then
Yeah.
risk response techniques, which we discussed yesterday. There are positive and there are negative risk, positive risk. In fact, for positive risk,
Mhm.
you look at enhancing all those the 4 strategies. The common one is the
The
accepting.
exploit and
Yeah,
okay.
you exploit or you enhance or share. These are the 3 for the positive risk. Avoid, mitigate,
Mhm.
and share or the for the negative risk. In fact, and accept also here are the one common thing to remember that. Then archiving practice and status. In fact, that is the documenting all those things. Lessons learned.
Mhm.
Compliance is also very important, the statute and the organization, because any project you need to deliver it within the compliance of the organization, whatever it is there, and whatever the fixed policies, procedures you need to keep in mind. Contract closure
Mhm.
requirement, today we discussed at length. It's very important for the claim administration. Before you close the contract, you have to ensure that all the pending issues are resolved so that, there should not be any claims, in fact, and all those things. And
Yeah.
you need to audit and ensure that all the required things you get it from the supplier, then only you should close the contract, in fact. Then closer procedures also the same thing, which is almost similar, which we discussed. The feedback
Mhm.
techniques, again, we discussed 2-3 times, so no need to repeat that. For example, you should give a
Yeah.
positive feedback. It should be on issue based, like that. There
Mhm.
should not be any sarcasm. All those things you need to respect the other points of view. These are all some of the things. And the project review techniques, again, it's a part which we discussed. It's again the repetition of the same thing which we discussed at the top. Then the transition planning techniques, that means you need to prepare to hand over that in terms of documentation, in terms of training the people, all those things, you need to keep in mind. That is the transition planning techniques. Then analytical skills, you're familiar with analytical skills. That also we discussed many times. Analytical, basically, it's
Sure.
be observant, ask questions, why, when, how, problem solving techniques. That means, you're looking at a critical analysis. You're making a critical analysis of those things.
Okay.
That's very, very important. Okay. Then benefit analysis techniques, which I'm sure you must be very familiar with those things. Benefit analysis, like payback period, return on investment, opportunity cost.
Yeah, ROI, the rest. Yeah.
NPV, internal rate of return, and all this. Can you quickly recollect what is opportunity cost? Can you remember?
Opportunity cost is if you take the project or lose the project, what's the cost, right? What did we lose if we didn't take that project?
Yeah,
something
absolutely.
like that.
What you don't select for any reason, that is the opportunity cost. There's a project of $10,000, the another project of $15,000. Suppose you selected project of $15,000 for whatever reason. What you don't select, the $10,000 project, is the opportunity cost you lost. In fact.
Yep.
So that's what it is. Strategic management, you're familiar with that? Strategic management. It's basically continuous planning, monitoring, analysis, and assessment necessary for organization to meet its objective always. This is the strategic management, some of the important elements of that. Then the change management planning, because change management planning, when you talk about change, it's always you need to look at people perspective. That's very important. Because, people always try to resist. So it's very important, that you create a vision, you communicate that vision, you make them a sense of urgency. That's very, very important actually. And empower others. That's also very important. You need to empower others so that they will also become the part of that change. Because the resistance will always come the people only for any change. And these are the 4 or 5 important things. You need to look at from the people perspective. You have to, as a leader, you have to create that vision. Then you have to communicate that vision. Then there should be a sense of urgency for them to change. Then you also need to empower others. So then only, these changes can happen, in fact. Then contract types and selection criteria, I'm sure that must be really, now it should be in your fingertips, I think. Contract types and selection criteria. Today we discussed, hope you remember.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going blind suddenly. Start with one. Give me one example, then I'll go there.
Yeah, fixed price contracts.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right.
Cost-based contracts, fixed-based contracts, and another one is
time and materials.
Time and material, absolutely right. And the selection criteria, of course, based on that, depending upon we can select. What's important in this contracts to remember is, again, I'm repeating, in the fixed price contract, the risk will be always with the seller, whereas in the cost-based contracts, the risk will be always with the buyer.
The buyer. And time management is shared.
Kindly do remember that one, because definitely you can expect one question on that. And lean efficiency principle is nothing but you create more value to customer with fewer resources. You try to reduce the resources, you try to reduce the documentation, you try to reduce and all those things and create more value to the customers. In fact, that is the lean efficiency principle. Regulatory and environmental impacts assessment planning is again now, this all the external, and we discussed about those things. You need to assess that how it's going to impact your organization or your project. The environmental impacts assessment is very, very critical, in fact. The contract management techniques, can you remember? Again, the repetition contract management technique is, again, you are talking about the fixed price contracts, your cost plus contracts, like that, probably in a different terminology given here. Interdependency among project elements. Interdependency, for example, you're talking about which are the key project elements, like your planning, your execution, your monitoring and controlling. and your closing, they're all always, it is interdependent, in fact. Am I right? You know, the planning and execution. These are all some of the important things you need to remember. And also, for example, HR resources, all those things. For example, communications, again, they are interdependencies, in fact, you know, resources from one department to another department, the communication, information, all those things are very important to remember. Then your vendor management techniques, which we discussed, how you talk to them. In fact, again, you know, it's basically visiting them, how you manage with an excellent communication techniques, in fact, follow-ups, auditing, and all those things are how you manage your vendors. Process analysis technique like Lean, Kanban, and Six Sigma, we discussed again. Lean is nothing but, you know, the creating more value. And I think Kanban, we discussed, that is another agile concept. Where you look at, you know, for example, just in time concept and like that. Six Sigma is that the standard deviation. This another quality tool. Then project finance principle. Finance principle is nothing but, you know, how you finance your project. Is it borrowed capital or it is your internal accrual capital? In fact, what is the principle you know you have? Again, it depends upon the organization, the size of the project, and various things. Project quality best practices, standards like ISO. Hope you recollect what is ISO now, Thiru?
Yeah, International Organization for Standards.
Yeah, right. Excellent. For standardization. Very good. PS, you are familiar, British systems. Are you familiar with some of the concepts? I'm sure. Yeah, can you just give one example? What is British standard?
British standard, for example, if you take a pipe thread, the thread that is standardized by British system, it's called British Standard Pipe Thread. That's a good example. That's very commonly used even in the metric users. They use half-inch BSD or quarter-inch BSD.
Oh, excellent.
Even in the metric.
Oh, it's used there also.
So, yeah.
Okay, another.
So it's like it's similar to the that's it crosses quality as well, standardizing the components and features and stuff, both of them.
Okay.
So ISO is just quality, how you document, how you repeat to yourself, right? So BS is more like ASME or ASE, something like that.
Okay, that's right. Another few other standards, like for example, of course, in US, you follow the miles and pounds, am I right? That's what you follow. Whereas the British system, they follow the kilograms and kilometers, you know. That is
that's a measurement system. It's one part of the system. So
one part of the system, yeah. That's right, yeah. But you're right.
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This again, quality practices and standards they follow there. CMMI, you're familiar with CMMI?
No, actually not.
Yeah, is again basically
communication.
No, not communication. Is basically again in the software industry. Actually, it is invented by the Carnegie Mellon University. CMMI.
Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah. Basically, it is capability maturity model integration. There are 5 levels are there. There are 5 different levels. And this CMMI certification is given for the organization. Whether the organization has achieved the 5 level or 4 level or 3 level. And for different levels, you know, they need to have a different capabilities, in fact. So again, CMMI is another certification program. People do pass that certification. There is an examination for that. And the CMMI stands for Capability Maturity Model Integration. That's what it is. And again, it is applied mostly in software industry, software companies. IEEE, you are familiar with IEEE?
I think the International Electrical and Electronics, something like that.
You're absolutely right. Mechanical engineer, you must be knowing that. Is the Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. And they also have certain set of standards, in fact, which is being followed in your electronic industry and your engineering industry. They do follow that. That's great. Project quality best practices, we discussed. Quality validation and verification techniques. Hope you remember the difference between verification and validation. We discussed many times.
Yeah,
Can you?
validation is validation is actually comparing it with your customer requirements. Actually,
Yeah, correct.
verification is comparing your output against the specifications.
You are absolutely right. Good. I must appreciate. You remember that very clearly. In fact,
Yes.
verification is whether what you have done is it meets the specific requirement, whereas the
Mhm.
validation is whether that specific requirement is meeting the customer's requirement. That's what the difference. In fact, that means in
Mhm.
verification, what question you ask is, are we building the system right? Whereas in validation, are we building the right system, in fact, because that has to meet the customer requirement. That's the difference between the quality validation and verification
Mhm.
technique. You can just kindly remember, because again, there could be
Mhm.
some questions based on this thing. They will twist and ask you that question. And the performance measurement techniques like KPI and key success factors. You know the difference
Mhm.
between KPI and metrics. Can you give an example of KPIs and metrics?
Key performance indicator, and
Yeah,
then
yeah. Met-
um, and
metric.
then metric. You said
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
What's
Metrics.
the metric?
What's the metric?
Oh,
Okay, yes, like that. Yeah.
yeah. This is one of the metrics. The key performance indicator metrics. It depends on products or services and how well it is done. What's the rating of it,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Can you, for example, in your organization, can you give an example? What is KPI and what's the metric? Just can you give an example? Possible?
It is production, for example,
Yeah.
how many they
Uh-huh.
produce,
Uh-huh.
and and per day is a performance metric KPI,
Uh-huh.
and how many. So another metric would be to how much rejection is there, or what percentage was rejected, something
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Um, in engineering design world, the we have key product um, characteristics that's marked with KP symbol.
Sorry, it was not audible. Can you just repeat?
Okay. Oh, in product in production world, yeah, I mentioned that, right? Production performances such as how many units were produced,
Okay.
and then that's one metric. Then how many units were rejected, that's
Okay.
another metric.
Another metric input. Okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah. So,
From okay.
so
Good.
So there could be custom metrics like how much consumables were used compared to what's the average. That's another
Mm-hmm.
metric. Like means they're operating efficiently, not wasting any consumable or something
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
So that's production side of it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Key process indicators when it's performance, when it's key process indicator is when there is some production process, a machining process or something.
Okay.
When you have specific dimensions you need to machine, and the
Mm-hmm.
machine is doing that continuously for 100 pieces.
Okay.
Then you have changes, slight deviation.
Mm-hmm.
If that is within range, certain percentage, the process is intact. If it violates, then that's a process indicator they would
Okay.
mark,
I see.
such as you measured this and follow this dimension. For example, you machine a diameter cylinder, then the diameter is critical,
Okay.
and see if the machine is performing continuously the same way within that 003 or something.
Okay.
Then that's an indicator. If that exceeds or goes down,
Uh-huh.
we know machine is doing something bad. So that's marked. The diameter is marked as key product indicator with a triangle,
Oh, okay.
or a process indicator if it's a machining product.
Measuring part of
If
it.
it's a product feature, then it will be key feature that will be marked in product. So these are different worlds. So in different worlds, it's used in different ways.
Oh, different. Okay. That's great. Just for example, from the FMCG perspective, the company which I used to work, my
Mm-hmm.
boss used to give me a KPI, there's a key performance indicator. Let's say about there are
Mm-hmm.
3 to 4 important things. The market share for our paint bomb, should go up. That used to be one of the key performance indicator. The second one, the attrition level of the sales team, it used to be pretty high. The people used to leave with that. So they say that the attrition level should come down. That could be another KPI. The third one, another important thing is that you need to expand the distribution network. That used to be another KPI. Now, the difference.
Those are business metrics.
These are all the key performance indicators. The difference, the KPI and the matrix is, the KPIs is always at the strategic level. The matrix will be at the tactical level. Now, for example, for the first one, you have to increase the market share. That is the KPI. But the metric is that the present market share that our brand used to have 31%, that should go up to 35%. That is to be the metric, in fact. So that 4% increase is to be the important factor there. Now, how do you measure that? Again, you take the Nielsen data, in fact, because Nielsen data is the one who normally track the market share of various brands, in fact. So that we used to outsource that, from the Nielsen data, and we used to get the data from there. The second one, the attrition level, for example, is another KPI. That it was around 10%, the attrition level, that I had to bring it down to 7.5%. That used to be the industry standard usually. Most of the companies used to have the attrition rate of 7 to 7.5%. So whereas in our organization it was pretty high. So with my management skills, with my leadership skills, I had to bring it down by regular training and motivating and keeping them. So that used to be another KPI and the metric, in fact. And market expansion, the KPI is, for example, we were covering, let's say, all over India. We are covering over 400 cities. Now the distribution I had to increase by another 50%, 10% more in the following year. That used to be another metric. So these are all some of the performance measured techniques, like a key performance indicator and key success factors. Key success factors, sometimes it can be tangible, sometimes it can be intangible also, in fact. Because your brand reputation, for example, it could be another key success factor. Your market share, you can easily measure it. But for example, your brand, the company's reputation, it's all some of the intangible things, in fact. That also can be taken as a success factor. So again, it depends upon how the organization evaluate all these things. Also a very critical thing. I hope these things are clear. Good, great.
Sure.
Active listening, of course, it's already, we have discussed many times. So let me brainstorming techniques. I hope you recollect which are the brainstorming techniques we had. That is basically stimulate the idea generation and increase the overall creativity. These are all some of the techniques of the brainstorming, basically. But when you have a group of people, how do you brainstorm? That helps to stimulate the idea generation among the various team members or the stakeholders. It will also increase.
Is the mind diagram? What is that called?
Mind mapping, and those things, which we discussed. Yeah. Okay.
Part of the brainstorming.
Yeah, brainstorming. Yeah, absolutely. No. They're all the different techniques. Just to, for example, you want to recollect those things. You remember, these are all the different techniques that you have. Even the collecting, for example, in the group creativity technique, it's called, which we discussed in the scope knowledge area. For example, brainstorming is basically primarily a source of generating and collect multiple ideas. You have a nominal group technique, that is the brainstorming clubbed with the prioritization and voting process. That means you are brainstorming with 10, 15 people. Then if you want to, you will have a voting process to find out which is the best idea generated. So you ask each member to raise their hands or give in a piece of paper, which is the best idea. So it's a voting process is involved for the exploration of the most useful ideas. Then we have another idea on mind mapping, you remember? It's basically brainstorming session results are mapped into a single map to generate bigger ideas. Let's say, in fact, in a home project, you are collecting information regarding, let's say, master bedroom. You are collecting information about your kitchen. You are collecting information about the drawing room. You collect all the ideas. In the idea mind mapping, what you do, you put all the master bedroom ideas into one place, or one, in fact, you're grouping it. So generate more ideas on that. All the ideas which comes for your kitchen, for example, you put it under one head and you start discussing again that, so that, you create more ideas on that. That is idea or mind mapping. Then there is one more technique called affinity diagram. It's nothing but number of ideas are classified into categories for further. So all ideas of your kitchen in one place, all ideas of your master bedroom, all ideas of your study room. In fact, all those things, you are categorizing into different for further analysis. The multi-criteria decision, of course, you gave a lot of examples today also we discussed. I'm sure you are clear about it. These are all the group creativity techniques which we discussed about that. I hope those things are clear.
Sure.
Correct. The other one is, of course, group decision-making techniques. Yesterday, you remember, these are the group creativity techniques. Group decision-making techniques is your unanimity, majority, plurality, and your dictatorship, or the that is another. There are the 4 techniques you have.
Autocratic, yeah.
Autocratic is your dictatorship, in fact, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Unanimity is all the team members, agreeing. That is unanimity. Majority is out of 10 members, let us say 6 agreed, that becomes a majority. Plurality is when a decision of the largest group, when groups are involved in taking a decision, the largest group, even if the majority is not arrived, that is the plurality. Of course, dictatorship, or that's the single man taking a decision on that. I think those things are very clear. Correct, Mr. Thiru? It was useful to collect those things in fact. Okay. Then communication channels, tools, and techniques. Yesterday we discussed. Only thing is, you remember important to remember is the communication channel, the number of channels. I hope you remember that formula.
And 1 divided by 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So kindly remember that, because there will be some questions on that. They will give you different numbers and you need to arrive at. I think yesterday you did that exercise. In fact, it's great. The tools and the techniques, of course, we discussed the various methods of communication that also we discussed. For example, verbal, non-verbal, formal, written, and all those things we discussed. Then conflict resolution, again, we discussed a number of times, I think, conflict resolution, collaboration, confrontation is the best technique, or direct or force is another technique. Compromising or reconciliation or avoiding is the other 3 techniques. Of course, they're all lose-lose proposition, whereas these 2, the confrontation and collaboration, is the win-win situation, and direct or force is always a win-lose situation. And the decision-making techniques, of course, that also we remember. I hope, can you recollect what is decision-making thing?
Is it again based on multi-criteria weightage? You take a decision?
Yeah, it's basically directive, analytical, and conceptual. These all, in fact, you gather information, you look at the various alternatives and choose the best alternative and take a decision. That's how you take a decision, in fact. Decision making. You identify, you collect a lot of information, you gather information, then you look at the alternatives. Is there any better way of doing it? Then choose the best one, in fact, then take a decision. That is the decision making techniques. Data gathering techniques, of course, it's very clear. The surveys, observation, interviews, that's how you do the brainstorming. These are all the data gathering techniques. Facilitation, again, it's active listening. You develop a synergy, effective way of questioning. These are all some of the facilitation techniques that you're familiar with that. Then information management tools. Hope you remember those things, information management tools. Like your website, ERP, electronic data. These are all in Office 365, for example, Microsoft. Am I right? These are all the what do you use in your company most? Which is the one you use?
Mostly it's SharePoint, as well email and Skype.
Skype you use it, okay. And video conferencing is probably that's another way.
That's pretty standard. Most people use the Skype and Outlook, Skype, Outlook, and Microsoft SharePoint site to put files there and stuff. That's pretty much the standard. In addition to the PDM and PLM software, they would have that's a Java-based SAP software behind and Java front, front end something custom made. Those are for data storage and stuff.
Okay. Use those things. Okay. That's great.
Of course, the PowerPoint.
You use a lot of cloud sourcing for the data storing?
Cloud source? No, I think they have servers there on their own. Yeah, and then yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. Because the amount of information gets generated, you need to have this data management also very important. Right? It's very critical. Right? Because the amount of information today it's providing, managing the data is a big task. In fact. Then leadership tools and techniques and skills. Can you recollect leadership tools?
I'm having a hard time attaching these titles to actual content. These are all headings in your presentation. So again, give me one example. The category names. These are like category names, or in a page title, but we ignore the page title. But if you give me a hint of something, then I may add one or two.
Your leaderships like in autocratic leadership, participatory, license.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Those are some of the leadership tools and techniques and skills that use maritime. That's right. That basically. Negotiating and influencing techniques and skill. Negotiating is basically again, it has to be a win-win situation. It has to be, you must be fair and honest, and there should not be any conflict of interest, and all those things are important. I'm right. That's how you look at the negotiating. It has to be win-win. It has to be fact-based, like that. Okay, great. Then your applicable laws and regulations is also very important. Am I right? Applicable laws and regulations. As a project manager, you need to follow that. In the present environment, what are the local laws applicable and regulations? You have to follow that. Benefit, of course, realization, which discussed. Again, it's a part of like NPV, internal rate of return, the payback period, and all those things. Return on BCR, the benefit cost ratio, all those things are benefits realization. Business acumen. Can you give some example on business acumen?
It's like the skill. It's a skill to decide based on the business environment.
Correct. Okay, that's absolutely. You should have, as a project manager, you need to have that business acumen, that this project I'm doing, at what cost I'm doing, what benefits is going to deliver. In fact, so that type of business sensitivity or business acumen as a project manager, you should have that. Coaching, mentoring, training, and motivational techniques. I hope these are all straightforward. Can you give one example for motivational techniques?
You could do reward, recognition.
Recognition, absolutely right. Yeah, reward, recognition.
Reward and appreciation.
Yeah,
and
that's right. Absolutely right. And the other three theories yesterday, organization theory we discussed. Can you recollect? That's also important. It's a part of training or mentoring. Organization theory, theory X and theory Y, McGrath's theory.
Then Hesburg theory, theory.
And hierarchical, Maslow's theory of, for example, physiological needs, then safety needs, social needs.
So McGregor's theory is the X and Y, right?
Absolutely, it's micromanaged and macromanaged. Some managers believes that they need to supervise all the time. In fact, because they think that the moment you don't supervise, they don't work. Whereas theory Y says that you need not supervise. People on their own get motivated and work. That is the McGrath's theory. I'm just repeating that because definitely you can expect questions on these things. That's it. And Maslow's hierarchy theory, the highest will be always the self-actualization, followed by self-esteem, then social and safety and physiological. And the other one is the Herzberg's theory, motivational factors and the hygiene factors. Hygiene factors,
Yeah.
for example, that your working place, your those things, or some of the your salary,
Salary. Yeah. Yeah. Basic
compensation, they
stuff.
are all your hygiene factors. But that alone is not sufficient to motivate them, in fact. Okay, so for
Mhm.
motivating, they need recognition, they need appreciation, they need increment. All those things are the motivational factors. Just remember, I think those three you need to memorize it, because you're sure of scoring some marks if you know the
Okay.
concepts and these theories, the valid factors, right? Then
Okay.
customer satisfaction metrics, of course, again, it varies from project to project, depending upon the product and depending upon the various other things. The
Mhm.
delegation techniques, have you come across any good delegation techniques? What to delegate, when to delegate, how to delegate? What's important in delegation technique is that ultimately, as a
Mhm.
project manager, you are accountable and responsible. You cannot delegate your responsibility or accountability, but you can delegate certain things, in fact, to get things done. Because as a project manager or any manager cannot do everything on their own. You need to delegate certain things, but you need to keep those
Mhm.
factors. Ultimately, you are responsible for the project success, which you cannot delegate. In fact, correct? No? That's right.
Sure.
Configuration management, I'm sure as a mechanical engineer, I think it must be very, very familiar for you. It's basically establishing and maintaining the consistency of the product performance, the functional and other physical attributes. That is your configuration management. Customer satisfaction is basically it's meet the customer's requirement. That is the customer satisfaction metrics. The delegation
Mhm.
technique, of course. Diversity and cultural sensitivity, I think we discussed today also many times.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Diversity, cultural.
Friday off in Dubai and
Yeah, that's right.
Sunday off in US and
Now, various
yeah.
things, even diversity, in fact, the gender discrimination in some of the organization will have, the cultural
Mhm.
sensitivity, all those things, it's all very, very sensitive things. As a project manager, you need to handle it very delicately. That's important.
Mhm.
And emotional intelligence, of course, again, so is managing your emotions as well as the managing of the others' emotions also. That's also very important, actually. EQ
Okay.
quotient, that is, emotional intelligence quotient, should be very good. It is as good as your IQ, intelligent quotient, in fact, because particularly when we are managing the people, you should have an
Mhm.
excellent emotional intelligence quotient. That's important. Then,
Mhm.
of course, the expert judgment techniques, it's basically subject matter experts. As I told you that as a project manager, it may not be possible to have all the 10 knowledge areas expertise. So you need to take the help of the subject matter experts. That will help you to resolve many issues also sometimes. That will also help to get the required advice at a particular time, in fact. That's very, very important. Then generational sensitivity and diversity. This also, I think, we discussed generational sensitivity and diversity. Particularly when in a working environment, you've got some senior people, you've got some junior people, the ego
Yeah.
issues and all those things. You need to manage that. Then the interpersonal skills. Again, you should be a good listener. In fact, you should be a good motivator. You should communicate well. These are all some of the interpersonal skills. You should have empathy, you should have leadership, you should have good
Mhm.
teamwork. These are all some of the characteristics of interpersonal skills. Okay, great. Then the knowledge management, basically we were discussing in the resource management, the knowledge management, you look at the explicit knowledge and the implicit knowledge. Explicit knowledge is easy to document all those things, whereas implicit knowledge sometimes is difficult to document, but still those information should be properly collected and passed on to the team members. That's very important, actually. That also is creating, sharing, and using and managing the knowledge. These are all the knowledge management. Lessons learned management technique. Of course, again, you archive all these things, in fact, from the project managers, team members, and so that that will become your future reference point.
Mhm.
Meeting management techniques. Again, of course, a different jargon there, but it's very simple. You must be following a lot of meeting management techniques, am I right? Basically.
Meeting management techniques.
Yeah.
Other than scheduling, looking at Outlook, and then seeing the availability.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Well, so timing, you have to see who's coming late, who's here leaving early, and what's the lunch break for other people. Production people take 11 o'clock lunch versus some people, office people take 12 o'clock lunch break, something like that. So you have to look at all of this, and then Friday people leave early, and some people take Friday off, all of that. The basics, that's all we know, we look at and then manage it.
Yeah. A few more things to
and
add.
set an agenda, of course, when you start the meeting, and also I virtually allocate certain time for certain topics.
Correct.
And
minutes of the meeting you prepare, and you will have a written.
Should be talking about. Yeah.
And review your attendance list, and you'll have a ground rules, and these are all some of the meeting management techniques that we discuss about. Organization and your operational awareness basically is understanding the different aspects of the organization working. You need to have a good structure, awareness, culture of the organization. Also understand the political and social and economic issues affecting the organization. That's also very important. In what environment you are operating. That will help you for the project manager to take decisions or to get involved in various other aspects. In fact, peer review. I'm sure you're familiar with the peer review processes.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Your subject matter experts, your colleagues, in fact, how they review those things. That's very important. Relationship management. Of course, again, a different name for that, what we already discussed. It's your interpersonal skills, your ability to inspire and your influence them. These are all some of the relationship management. In fact, how good you are, how effective you are in to inspire others, how you influence others. These are all some of the important things to look at. Okay. Stakeholders management techniques. Today we discussed. I hope you remember stakeholders management.
Yeah.
That should be easy one for you. In fact, basically, again, is the power interest, power influence, and impact influence. You put them in the grid and
the grid with high interest. High power with low interest should be satisfied. Keep them satisfied. Something like that, and then high influence would be the customer would be managed closely.
High power and high interest, they should manage them closely. Then high power and low interest, for example, you keep them informed. It's like
keep
that.
Keep them satisfied, and then low interest, low power would be just keep them monitor them.
Absolutely right. So all the three, power influence, power interest, and power impact influence, you put that in this grade, and 2-3 times if you write down, I'm sure it should be possible.
Yeah, basically, like I said, I'm not associating these short lines you have here with the exact actual content of that.
Correct.
So if it's in the question form, maybe I'll recognize it's choice bad.
Okay. Correct. I understand. Now you got used to that question thing.
Question bank style. That style, okay. So you have the choices, then you know what it can relate to better.
Okay. That's right. That's a good one. Okay.
Yes. And we grew up, it was this style, like you would be asked questions like this.
Yeah.
And we have to imagine, recollect everything and write. And in the Western style, it's all choice questions. So that's what I noticed. They give you choices and you take one from
multiple choices question.
Yeah. So that's easier actually.
It's easy, absolutely. Once you rule out the two possibilities, you rule out another two, which are close to, then if you know the concept, I think you should be able to answer those questions. Yeah, right. Team building techniques, Thiru, hope you remember the team building techniques.
Sure, take them to party or something like that. I mean,
take them to party. Okay, that's great. Okay.
yes. Is there a tool or something I need to know? I need to stay here? Or?
Yeah. You remember I told you forming, storming, norming.
Oh, okay. That's the technique. That's the
Yeah.
stage indication of where the team is.
Yeah.
They are initially forming, and then
Yeah.
they're storming, then they're norming,
Yeah.
and then performing.
Yeah. It's
Then there was
also
disbanding, abandonment, or something you mentioned.
correct.
That's not
Adjoining them. In fact, once the process
done.
is over, that's also a technique. You form the team, then the storming stage. That you let them to settle down. You create the trust. Then it becomes norming stage, then the performing stage, and the adjoining stage. This is also a team building tech. That's how you can build a team. You create trust to the team member. You keep motivating them. Then they start performing. Then that's how we can build a team. That's right. Then virtual remote team management. I'm sure that must be very clear. Virtual team management.
Well, yeah, it's communication methods, right?
Virtual team is basically your offshore team or remote.
Yeah.
And you should know how to manage them. Timing could be one thing, or the time zones, or it could be cultural issues, and what
language, local holidays,
local holidays, and also what language you speak to them. For example, that's also very important. And what technology, communication technology, use them, so that there will not be less noise, in fact, so that your communication is very clear. And for example, for the complex things, the for team, it's always better to have a formal text, a formal communication, written communication, so that the clarity will be there. There will not be any misunderstanding or those things. That's very important.
Okay.
So that's a nice slide to see. Thank you and all the best.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was getting very tired by this day, like fourth day and evening. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll. Can you ask them to send us these 2 days slides again, just like the other time?
They'll send you.
And
That.
then,
I think yesterday they must send you that recorded measure. Right? Again they will send it across. That's no problem.
Okay,
I'll follow it. And it's a great interacting with you, Mr. Thiru. And I'm so happy that I wish you all the very best in your personal life, in your professional life. And you're coming to India next month, I think. Welcome to India.
Yeah, this month then, actually, yeah. I'm actually vacating from, I had to start packing from this place and head out to my Massachusetts home, and then go from.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're coming with your
23rd,
family?
I'm leaving.
You're traveling alone or coming with family?
Just myself this time. Yeah, they have school and their work, and then bring them all.
Oh, it's like that.
So,
okay, great.
So I'm going to read while on the plane 18 hours or something, a little bit, and then while at home also in Chennai, I'll be reading through all of this.
Excellent.
And try to even take mock exams. So I have some time there. That time after this. So after this May 15 or something, I'll try to do the exam, real exam. But and I will be.
Excellent. In fact. Anything, you have my number. Even from Chennai, you can call me anytime. You can connect.
Sure. I saw the WhatsApp. I saw the WhatsApp message. I forgot to respond because by the time they already sent me this.
So anytime you can ask. In fact, it is not just in our association. It will be lifelong. I strongly believe in that. So anytime you can disturb me, and any small help, if you think that I can always there to you.
Sure.
What's important is I want you to be successful in your profession. That is really important. And my humble request is you try to use these concepts in your day-to-day working in your organization.
That's true. If you don't use point of taking training, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how a lot of concepts I forgot after taking Six Sigma Green Belt training. Because companies don't implement, or you're not in the same job.
Correct.
So you pretty much forget things. So unless you So it'll be wasted.
Even, what happens internally in an organization when you start using some of these terminologies or these things, even though they think that, you started using high jargon, but over the time, it will help even others to develop themselves. Also, that's in that way, you will be really contributing these project management concepts. So that's important, actually. So try to use as much as possible, and so that you will start enjoying the work also in the project management areas. That's important.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So what's your feedback about my training the 4 days? I hope it was good. It was clear. There is no thing.
Yeah, it's surprisingly. First of all, the audio is so clear. Only on my side. What do they use? What do you use to do this Zoom package? Is that
it's a Zoom. US Zoom.us. That's right. That's the one.
Okay. The audio is also from the computer.
It's also from the computer. I use the headset always, in fact, headphone, so that
Okay, pretty clear. Your tone and energy levels are completely stable. It's very difficult for me to maintain. If I speak half an hour, you can see my voice is just slowing down and drying up and slowing down. So your presentation feels pretty amazing. Very consistent tone, consistent level of interest. You don't show disinterested. Like after a while, you get bored, right? Some presenters get bored and then they show negligence a little bit. You're very good at maintaining everything consistently. Amazing.
Thanks a lot for that.
That's very good. And you do have, you're very polite for younger people, teaching younger people. That's pretty good. Some people get annoyed if you ask them questions without politeness. I'm okay, but younger people don't necessarily answer questions right away. Things like that. And presentation was pretty good. I know the details. The tools, techniques, input and output is a lot of crap there. So I don't think anyone need to go into too much details of that. That's where I need to work and find out what's relevant for the exam and then memorize those ones.
Absolutely.
What would help is some really imagined project, simple project throughout. And then as you walk through each topic, you fill in the details for that project. It will be like real example of something. It'll interest people to continuously fill in those details of the current mock project, big project, while they're on a particular topic.
That's why I try to give, for example, some of the construction, some of the home projects and those things, so that it's easy to relate sometimes. In fact, that's what. Because otherwise, this content
some project you can follow through A to Z. For example, you take cooking project. We want to make a certain dish today. That's our project. I'm the customer. Something like that. Mark a project and follow it through from beginning to end. That will be much easier for people to follow. But it's not a heavy subject anyway. It's not that difficult to understand.
That's right. But one thing about this subject is quite a bit heavy also, and it's also a dry subject, in fact. So you had to
a lot, but like not a lot of heavy formulas.
It's not like that. That's right. So unless you have some interactive session like we had, otherwise sometimes it will become boring. In fact, right. That's why I always try to keep engaged with that associate. That's very, very important, so that you can share your experience. I'm sure you all come with a lot of rich experience, so that it's easy to understand sometimes when you exchange the views. In fact, I'm right. That's how I try to. Great, Mr. Thiru, and nice story. When you get some time, just send me a feedback mail about the whole thing, if you don't mind. If possible.
In email? Oh, okay. All right.
If possible, you can just send it. That's absolutely right. About your negative feedback. That's for my records and for my improvement. Okay, that's very, very good. That's great. Okay, thanks a lot for that, and wish you all the best once again. Great interacting with you. And keep in touch. And for anything, you can just text me or whatever possible from my side. I will try to do that. Absolutely no problem.
Certainly, definitely. Thank you very much once again.
All the best.
You can sleep. Hopefully, are you doing more trainings or tomorrow onwards or something?
Tomorrow, actually, in fact, I have one day session. I have to go by 8:30. So that I'm just
Okay.
doing a consultation for a company. So I have to go early in the morning. I'll catch up sometime.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. If I have that kind of schedule, I can't even focus. I can't. Sorry. If I sleep that late, possibly.
To be frank with you, I'm just
But-
doing out of passion now. In fact, I thought
okay.
wherever I can do some.
Otherwise it's not possible to do it for just some money or something.
Yeah, it's
We
not.
don't have passion. Very difficult.
God's grace, that to square of meals and shelter, but I'm just trying to do out of passion, so that whatever possible I can contribute in somebody's progress or growth, I'll be too happy. In fact, that's what it says, right? It's like that. Yeah. Okay. Right, man.
All right.
Nice,
Thank you very much.
Nice
Again,
meeting you. Nice interacting with you. All the best. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you. Same to you.
Bye bye.